Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Listed, our Friday stream where we work on the same app. And thank you, Kava, for that, Prime. So the app we're working on is called Listed, and it will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. Now this is stream number 7, roughly. Up until now, has been a whole lot of setup. We have done database design, but hopefully today we really are going to be focusing on features, specifically the new user onboarding flow. So what happens when a new user signs up on the website? What do they do? What happens? I don't know yet. We're going to have to figure all of that out. First, before we get into things, I do want to thank all the people that supported during the membership drive on Wednesday. And I don't have alerts set up for GitHub sponsors, but I'm trying to get that set up. And I want to thank everybody that supported me with GitHub sponsors, because there was one person in particular that gave a $100 one-time donation. Thank you very much for that. Another person did a $20 one-time donation. Another person did a full year of support, all in one go. So huge thanks to everyone that supported me on GitHub sponsors. If you'd like to support me, check that out. Also, if you want to help me test my API, you can you can support me because I have webhooks set up. I just don't know what the data looks like. Eventually, once I figure out the webhook that comes in, I want to have a notification on screen when I get a new GitHub sponsor. But thank you. Also, no, it's not another drive. I'm just thanking people. Also, there were quite a few people that subbed with Prime when I wasn't even live. I think people watched on YouTube and then realized that they could sub with Prime because they haven't used Twitch much. But Importantus, Steph Germano, the Nick 46,000, Punish Dave, all of you subbed with Prime when I wasn't even streaming, and I thank you very much. And then also, I got some patrons when I wasn't streaming. So big thanks to Christopher. Thank you, Christopher, for becoming a patron. Coding Garden's brought to you by viewers like you. So if you want to support me as well, coding.garden/support has all the details. That's pretty much all of the talk about money that I'm going to do today. But I really do appreciate all of the support that everybody has given so far. Okay. Today, William Cameron with the 12-month free sub. Thank you very much for that, William Cameron. Oscar with that one-person raid. And Kava with the Prime. Thank you all for that support. We're going to work on Listed. I have actually merged quite a few PRs since the last stream. And we have fixed the linter issue that we were running into before. So let me get all this code stuff set up so I can show you. This should be fixed. I need to pull from main. It was an absolute war against eslint. Yeah, honestly, eslint configuration is probably the hardest part in working with Svelte because the template language is just so different than everything else. But we fixed this. So if you remember, we were getting a linter error right here because it did not know what. Well, first of all, yeah, eslint could not resolve this import here. So we fixed that. But then the issue was if you have a file that's importing from multiple $sign apps, you would also run into an issue. So this imports from $sign app forms, but let's say I also wanted to pull from / navigation, and there's a go-to here. Then we were getting a linter error, and it was like, hey, these two things resolve to the exact same file. You can't do that. So I actually went and wrote a custom eslint plugin. If you look at the package.json, this plugin here, eslint plugin import no duplicates prefix resolved path. I wrote that plugin so that we could actually import from the same thing. Yeah. Well, that's nice to hear, Lakey. Tell your cats hello for me. So we did a whole bunch of work on eslint and stuff like. I'm for real. That's the name of my package. And the reason I named it that is I also wanted it to be very explicit that basically all I did was override one specific rule from eslint plugin import. Because there were several conversations on GitHub on the eslint plugin import repo about this issue that I solved here. and it did not sound like the maintainers were happy with any of the proposed solutions, but I was like, I want a solution. So I added it. And it's not just for SvelteKit. Like, this is also a situation that happens. And actually, I guess we're getting into it. We're already talking about code. Sorry, everybody, we're getting into it. But the issue is the way these types are defined is in a single file. So Svelte.js has this types subfolder and then file called ambient.d.ts. So this is a TypeScript declaration file, and it has multiple modules declared in it. So it has app environment, app forms, app navigation, app paths, app stores. All of these modules are declared in this one file. And the way eslint plugin import resolves and detects duplicate imports is by looking at the resolved path. So because each one of these has the same resolved path as types/ambient.d.ts in the node modules folder, eslint plugin import was complaining. So the fix that I made was I made it so that the resolved path included the name of the module. So that way, it's not detected as a duplicate import. But the reason you want this rule is, like, let's say there's something else that I bring in from here. So what else do we get? Deserialize. So there are multiple functions we could pull in from app forms, but if I accidentally do this, I want eslint to yell at me. It's not yelling at me. I want eslint to yell at me because I've imported from the same thing twice, and this is exactly the same thing. If we run eslint fix all auto-fixable problems, oh man, why is this broken here? Oh, I know why. I didn't install dependencies. That's why. I pulled from main, but I need to install that plugin. Oh man. Oh man. What? Oh well, this should work now. Yeah, I didn't push it to GitHub, but I will push it to GitHub. Honestly, I'll show you exactly. I'll show you all it is. So, there's eslint plugin import. If you look at their rule, I literally have a one-line change, but I'm honestly too scared to make a PR against the main repo because of all of the open issues talking about this, and because the maintainers aren't happy with any of the proposed solutions. So that was like, you know what? I'm just going to solve this for me, and hopefully eventually they solve it themselves. Source, rules, no duplicates. This is the rule that needed modification, and literally all I did was, whenever we are determining the resolved path right here, all I did was put the name of the resolved module in front of it so that I could differentiate it. That's it. That's it. That's all I did. Okay, now that I have dependencies installed, hopefully this stuff is working. What's up, Codex? I think I might have missed a previous message. You're reading white papers on, oh, is it the game dev stuff that you're reading white papers on? Yeah. A nice Rear Window Soda. Glad to hear it. That was a fun app. It's working in my terminal. I don't know why VS Code. I'm gonna quit VS Code completely. But in Mooley, thank you very much for that resub. 28 months. That's awesome. But this is the right eslint error, because basically I imported from forms twice. But because the way I updated the rule, it can fix that automatically. Now it knows to combine that duplicate import. So. Oh, you're totally right, Oscar. Oh. Actually, no, I mean, we should have. Oh no, you're right. It got completely removed. Oh, you're right. So there was another fix that somebody basically wanted to be able to have their own custom settings.json file. So now part of the contributing guide is you need to create your own settings.json, and this actually gets git ignored. It doesn't get committed. So that way you can have custom settings in here. But we need this because Svelte needs to be added so that we get linter checking. Oh man, there's just so much. Why is everything so hard? Everything's just so hard. But here, now I can show you the thing. This. Okay. So right now we get a linter error that says, hey, imported multiple times, and you want this linter error to happen because you don't want to have 2 lines of code that import from the same module. But based on the way that I fixed the rule, this is still able to be detected as duplicate imports. And then let's say we have another one that's from app/navigation, and we're pulling in like goto. And then let's say we use them, so it stops complaining. So the only linter error now is that I've imported from forms twice, but if I do eslint fix all auto-fixable problems, it's able to combine those 2 duplicate imports, but not interfere with this one, which resolve to the same type file. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That's it. That's the fix, and that's why we that's why I didn't want to just disable the rule. I wanted to fix the rule, because if we just disabled the rule, then if we ever ran across some code that looks like this, then it wouldn't the linter would not catch that. The linter wouldn't catch that. So there we go. The stream's just started and I'm already burnt out. But I don't know. Basically, that rule is fixed now. Good to go. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I probably should do this. Basically, at this point, this is kind of like a starter for a SvelteKit app that has all the linter rules and the prettier rules and all of that other stuff going. Yeah. So, yes. But welcome in, everybody. Happy Friday. Good to see you. Nice to see all your names in the chat. Yeah, I agree, Stony. Honestly, that's what the Coding Garden has been getting hung up on a lot recently. And here's that rule. Actually, I'll link to the exact line number. I think it was Pablo that was asking about it. Basically, all I did is on this line, in.source.value, I think is the name of the resolved module, and I just prefixed the resolved path with that. That's literally all I did. But I honestly also don't know enough about how this rule is used to know if that actually is a good fix. We could have broken some other things. Yeah. Isn't Next supposed to work? Well, we're using SvelteKit. I mean, and technically SvelteKit does work out of the box. Ultimately, it's my own problem because I'm trying to set up all of this eslint stuff. It's just developer experience. I don't actually need it, but for like a nice clean code base that people can reliably contribute to, I do need this stuff. I don't know. No, actually, I think SvelteKit is it's on the way up. I think it's like a lot of people are interested in it. Yeah, all the same to me. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a few more things that I had to change. So basically, I wrote a custom rule. And so I installed that custom rule, and then to use the rule in our linter file down here, I disabled the rule that I overwrote and now enabled the rule with this one custom setting that's called prefix resolve path with import name. That fixes the issue. So basically, if you can create your own custom eslint rules and then enable them once they're installed as a package. So, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Codex. I mean, it's honestly like the biggest thing missing in the JavaScript ecosystem is just like good developer practices by default. By default, it's really easy to just like start a project, but to start a production ready project with all of the stuff is really hard. Yeah, Terawatt is laughing at reliably contribute. Listen, when somebody contributes to the code base, they want to know if they're adhering to our code style, everything else like that. You know, yeah, we could definitely make a template out of this. I'm not going to do that today, though. Let's walk through a few of the other things that I merged in since last stream. Yeah, first of all, the initial fix for the resolve came from Kubajiro. Kubajiro. they added this to our eslint config, and that's what we needed. But like I mentioned, now that that's there, eslint resolves things to the same path, so it started complaining. But that was the initial fix, and then Oscar started running into issues because he was importing from 2 different $ app imports, and that's when I tried to figure out the issue. So that's one thing. Another thing is we got a merge from Cesar, who just updated the TS config, because when I was working on the TS config, like in that initial stream, I didn't know what the default output directory for SvelteKit was. So they updated. Hi, Rossum. Thank you so much. You're too kind. You are too kind. You've gifted a lot. I do appreciate it. Thank you, iRossum. Hopefully you're having a good week. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Limodes, honestly, their fix was so simple. I remember reading your comment. You're like, I worked on this for an hour and I've determined it can't be fixed. And then the fix was actually really simple. Let's just point at the file. I think the one thing that we were up against is we weren't looking in the node modules folder. We were trying to look in the SvelteKit folder. I don't know, but thanks to Cesar for this, because that fixes the output directory. Yeah, I think that's the thing, Limotes, is I didn't try the node modules thing either. So, cool. All right, what else? Big thanks to Loading the Dev. They created a new pull request template. So now whenever you open a pull request, it's going to ask you what exactly are you trying to fix in your pull request. So now that we have that template, good to go. Also, thanks to the person that opened the issue about it. Who was that? Oh, well, Limotes has a new issue. It's importing the PR type as task instead of a list of options. And then you opened a PR? You just deleted stuff. How do they determine what it is now, though, without that? Look at the screenshot. Where's the screenshot? I digress, though. Honestly, I feel like we're getting too into it early in the stream. People are going to be so lost in what we're doing, but that's okay. All I wanted to show is on the issues, someone opened an issue that said, hey, we need a PR template. This one. Yeah, thank you to Gabriel Forster. Gabriel Forster was like, hey, when you open a PR, there's no template. We needed it, so big thanks to Gabriel Forster, because they raised the issue and then Loading the Dev solved the issue. So thanks to both of you for getting that done. And then the other aspect of that, Loading the Dev also added instructions in the contributing guide for getting access to a Google client ID in secret. So if you look in the contributing guide now, this has everything you need to get set up. If you're trying to get set up with this project, I encourage you to try it. And then if it's missing a step, definitely let us know. But now this tells you how to get your client ID in secret. Yeah. There's the import default issue. Oh, yes. So Oscar found 2 different linter rules that we had to disable just because of the way Svelte works. Yeah, the other thing is we have a type check task now. So if you saw the summary where I talked about GitHub Actions and you saw that it was just running the linter task, now it also runs a type check as well. So if there's any TypeScript issues, that'll prevent users from committing. And then also when a GitHub action runs, it'll fail if the type check fails. So thanks to Brilvio for opening that up. They basically just added a task to the package.json, tsc no emit, which basically compiles your code but doesn't write to the output directory. And if there are any type errors, it's going to show those and it's going to error out. So now before a commit, it runs type check. And now during a GitHub action, it runs the type check as well. So big thanks to Gabriel for that. Was that Gabriel? No, it wasn't Gabriel. Thanks to Brilvio. Thank you to Brilvio for that. And then there were some linter issues that need to be disabled. So this import no named as default, and then there's another one, import no name as default member. They just do not play nice with Svelte. And I determined that those rules aren't really helping that much, so it was okay to just disable them without trying to fix them for Svelte specifically, so we disabled those. What else? This is the other rule we needed to disable. But one of the cool things is we disable that rule only for svelte files. So I had asked before, how do you disable an eslint rule for only a certain type of file? You do it in the overrides. So right here in overrides, these are all the overrides for any file that matches .svelte. So we're disabling these rules only for svelte files, because in regular TypeScript files, we shouldn't run into this issue. Unless we're trying to import a svelte component into a TypeScript file, but we shouldn't be doing that, because if you're importing a svelte component, it should be a svelte component that you're importing it to. I don't know. Eat through the free minutes of the GitHub actions, you mean? I don't know how many free minutes you get. We'll see, though. I also could set up my own CI server for like $250, $350 a month. Just like a Linux server running like Jenkins or something like that. You get 2,000 minutes? That's probably enough. Okay. Yeah, and then this is the thing I was talking about with the workspace settings. So, and Eddie, thank you for the 23 months. Twitch failing to notify me about the stream. Sorry about that, Eddie, but welcome in. Now, when you clone the repo down, you're going to, and you want to get linting inside of your editor, which you do, you're going to need to make a copy of these default settings into settings.json. And the reason we did that is Cesar talked about how they wanted to add some custom settings here, but then it would have interfered with yeah, basically they wanted to add personal settings that didn't get applied to everyone. So now we just have a default settings. You make a copy of it whenever you clone the repo. Good to go. Good to go. And there's also a section in the contributing guides that tells you to do this. So in your initial setup, do this. Label format short. What does that do? Yeah, I agree. I'm just trying to get other stuff done. I'm gonna do it. Give me a second. Workbench dot editor dot label format short. I like seeing the full name. So you especially want to see the full name in a SvelteKit app, because a lot of the files are named the exact same thing. So, it's for, would that fix it though? So if we look at this, if we have this file open and then we have this file open, now this tells me where those are. But if we enable this editor dot what was it? Workbench dot editor. Yeah, because it just lists the folder that it's in instead of the full path. I don't know how I feel about it. We'll enable it for now, but I may or may not add that as a default setting. Okay. So thanks to Cesar for adding that issue about the settings JSON and making a PR. Alias made a very important contribution. They added bold italics and an emoji to the README. So thank you to Alias. Thank you for doing that. And then loading the dev initially had the stuff about Google API credentials. They initially had that in the README. They moved it over to the contributing guide, which is good. I think that makes sense. Yeah, we'll try it for a little bit, because the folder technically tells us what the route is, but if we have nested routes, it could be a little ambiguous. Welcome in, Emberfuss. Glad to see you. The term to use is lurker instead of stalker. If you're a stalker, we've got issues, but lurker is just someone that like watches without chatting. But I appreciate you. Thank you for dropping in. All right, let's merge this thing from Limeotes. Did you sent me a screenshot, didn't you, Limeotes? Yeah. Yeah, well, I know that, but how can we still ask for the type that doesn't make it a checkbox? Can we have like a drop down? That's my main question is, because when we open a PR, I still want people to have a list to pull from for the pull request type, but you're right, I don't want it to be a checkbox. I kind of want it to be like a drop down. Is that even possible? Because that's what I'm seeing is like you're removing it, but I still want this in some way, if that makes sense. Because you're right, yeah, it has tasks here, especially for issues. Don't think it's possible. The thing is, with the issue template, we have custom fields here. Like these are custom input boxes. I'm curious if we have the ability to do drop downs. Not possible for PR. Well, do this at least, Limeotes. Just have a little blurb that says, please choose one of the following, in just like a sentence. And so that way they have a list to pull from in the description, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? But then I'll merge it in. Yeah. Okay. All right. This PR from Barry is attempting to create a shared instance of the Prisma client, but I think it's doing a little bit too much. So I don't know if you're watching, Barry. Barry, are you watching? Let me know, and I'll talk directly to you. Honestly, if you're watching the VOD, I'll talk to you too. But they made the decision to put a Prisma property onto the global this. You're here, Barry? Cool. Hey, welcome in. I think this is your first Twitch chat too. I don't think I want to do this. So where we could potentially benefit from this is if we're in some other file, we could actually do this.prisma instead of having to import the Prisma client. But the way modules are resolved in Node is once you export a thing once, anywhere else that imports it is going to get that same instance. So we don't actually have to do anything like basically a singleton, because that's kind of what you're doing here is if it exists on global, use that. Otherwise, create an instance. It's actually much simpler than that. So, yeah, every module is automatically a singleton, so you don't have to do this. So we're good. Yeah. Something. Oh no, my back is fine. I found that at least, I mean, I don't know if this is for sure, but standing up while streaming drains my energy a whole lot faster than sitting. At least I think. We're gonna test that today. So Barry, if you wanna update this, give me a second. To update this, make it much simpler. So right here, have an instance of Prisma client, and then immediately export that client right below. You don't have to do anything else special. The other thing I want you to do here, I'll just comment on this. No need to put Prisma on global. Just create an instance and export it default. Yeah, export the default instance, and then over here, import from the default. No need for named import. So that way we're only exporting the instance of Prisma client. You won't have to do a named import. It'll just be an import without the curly braces. That's what I want to see. And if you disagree with me, feel free to add a comment. But yeah. I guess this is the other piece here. So based on the environment, we could potentially pass in the amount of logging. But this is the other thing that I didn't necessarily want is full Prisma logging by default. I think we should move this to an environment variable. So I would say like let's ignore the log variable for now. And we'll think about this because I potentially want an environment variable that has the log level, but then the environment variable is a string, so we might have to split it on comma or something like that. Basically, I don't want to enable logs just because you're in development, because those can get really annoying. Annoying is not the best word, but basically our logs would be flooded, and I really only might want to enable it if I'm trying to debug a query or something like that. So for now, leave log off, but let's actually start a discussion. Noisy is a better word for that. And that's the other thing that we'll potentially need to set up is an actual. Well, I guess that might not affect this because Prisma has their own internal logger. And Marvin, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. 3 months. That's awesome. But let's do this. Let's open a discussion on. I'll let you do this, Barry. Click new discussion and just say, how should we allow devs to enable logging for Prisma? And I think we'll do it through an environment variable, but I don't want to enable it by default is the main thing. So hopefully that makes sense, Barry. Feel free to add a comment here if that doesn't make sense. And we'll go from there. But thank you very much for your contribution, because I talked about it before, but right now we just have a one-off Prisma instance right here. And we don't want to do this. We do want it to be in a shared file, but yeah. Okay. Oscars we're going to hold off on. That's going to be the first thing we merge because it adds a new feature, so we'll talk about that. Yeah, well, thank you, Marvin. I do appreciate that. Yeah. Luke says they agree. Yeah. And I think it's just a matter of, as the app grows, there's going to be more queries, there's going to be more stuff happening. We really want to be able to enable it on a one-off basis. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, this is a good issue, Timon. Timon, I think, just opened this up, where we actually publish an image so that people can pull the built image down. But this will definitely be for a future discussion, because right now I have not containerized the Svelte app itself. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. I do have experience of doing that. Like GitHub technically now has what are called packages, and you can actually, I think it's under packages, you can publish a Docker container image. So if somebody wants to pull listed down without cloning the repo, they can just pull the Docker image. But we haven't containerized it yet. I'm hesitant to, just because I don't think we should do development of the SvelteKit app inside of a container. That actually slows things down a little bit. Like the hot reload is slower, everything else is slower, which is why I only have a database here in the Docker compose file. So yeah, why would anyone want to do that? It'll also be for like when we're deploying to production. But I guess when we're deploying to production, we probably won't be using containers. We're just going to deploy to Versal. So I don't know, but it's worth having an issue open so we can talk about what to do. All right, I think that's it. That's it for maintenance on the repo. Now let's talk about the feature that Oscar wrote. So let's actually start up the app real quick. Yeah, I'll check it out, America 2050. This is completely unrelated to what we're doing right now. You just change the Tweemoji parser? Does this work? Here's the thing. Like, I trust you. I do trust you, but this is 91.5. I understand that it's a lot of changes because you just replaced um, the dependency. But basically, America 2050 didn't write this code. They pulled the library down, did a drop-in replacement, and that's it. But this amount of changes would require some serious review, and then I don't know if I want to do that. You changed 2 lines? Well, look at your commit, because you only committed the Twemoji parser JS. Yeah, and then you didn't commit the URL. Oh, I see what you're saying. You changed one thing in the Twemoji parser thing. And you changed this. This was your only change. But your formatter changed everything else. Cool. Yeah. As long as you fix that, if I see a diff that only has 2 lines changed, I will I'll be more than happy to merge it in. Okay, database is up. Let's run our Svelte app. Let the senior merchant take the blame. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm also like trying to set a good example for people that are like running open source repos. Like, don't just merge anything in, even though we trust America 2050. They've been around for a long time. But that's a lot of changes that I don't necessarily want to review. It's Friday, best time for a merge? Yeah. But I mean, Friday is when we do all of our work. Okay, this is our app. I didn't say hellos, but I've decided you don't get hellos for free anymore. Basically, if you want me to say your name, you have to say an interesting chat, or you have to give me money. Because that's a thing. I think I also want to make it so that at the end of every stream, I try to thank all of the new patrons and new Twitch subs and everything like that. Yeah, it's. I mean, I do have to think about the things that I give away for free, because right now I give everything away for free, right? Right, like all my code is free, all of my advice is free, all of my answers are free. I need some kind of incentive for people to support me monetarily, and that might be to get the little endorphin kick whenever I say your name, right? Right? Yeah, it's the hello downloadable content. Hello to everybody. There you go. That's who gets to say hello. And also, like I mentioned earlier, thanks to all the subs. I did say hello to them. As a sponsor of Coder. No, but thank you, Timon. Thank you very much for being a sponsor. Yeah. Okay, so this is our app. We can sign in with YouTube. It redirects us back. Now we're logged in, good to go. But as you can see, we didn't do much work on, let me get these membership counts out of the way. Where would be a good place to put this? There. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, I'll tell you what these numbers are in just a second. Say my name? No, I mean, here's the thing. I'm gonna inevitably people's names, but the thing is, I also potentially have to start implementing like priority answers on the Code Q&A streams, because right now I answer pretty much any question I can on Code Q&A, but in order to potentially make some money, I could give priority answers. So if you donate, then your Q&A question gets bumped up to the top. Basically, I have to learn from how music streamers on Twitch do stuff, because most music streamers that are fairly big don't do direct requests anymore. It's really just like priority queues, like a priority request, and it's not guaranteed. I don't know. We'll talk about it later, but these are all of my memberships. So I have 30 patrons, 535 Twitch subs, 20 YouTube members, and 10 GitHub sponsors. So I'm keeping track of the total number of paying members that support me. So that's what that is. You're awesome. The 5 gifted. Thank you so much. So now we're at 597 total members. That's a lot of gifted, Irosum. I appreciate it. What are you at now? Are you on? I guess you're at like what, 10? 10. Nice. Nice. And Monochroma, thank you for the sub. Are you new here? You are. Thank you. Here's the thing. Like, it's awkward for me to talk about money, but the thing is, I kind of have to. I mean, I talked about it for 8 hours on Wednesday, but this is awesome. Thank you. Thank you for all the support. This is fantastic. All right. What was I doing? Key out the hoodie and put it here, and it'll be fine right there. Oh, we're at 602? Someone gift 98. I wouldn't be opposed to that. So the app is ugly. We have this sign out button. We have this dark mode toggle. We have my name right here. So Oscar made a PR that adds a nice little menu over to the right-hand side. So essentially now, instead of having all this stuff, there's a triple dot. You click it, and you can get the pages that you can go to. And then when you're logged in, it shows your avatar over on the right-hand side. So Oscar made this change. They made a new component called the nav trail component. Bad UX unless on mobile. We'll figure it out. I think it's good enough for now. We can come up with styles that look better on desktop. Yeah, I think you're right, Codex. Like for the things that need to happen immediately, we'll potentially pull those out of the nav trail, but it's better than what we got right now. It's better than what we have. But I think I see what you're saying is basically on desktop, it's too many clicks. Like if I need to, some of the things inside of here, I want quick access to, which we don't necessarily have right now. But I'm going to merge this in with the idea that we'll adjust it later. So let's merge it. And as you can see, there was a huge conversation about fixing all of the linter rules that he ran across, but we fixed it. Here it comes. It's better than what we have now. Let's just do this. Sparkles. And thank you, Mickey, for that hydrate. What do you mean? Well, look, are you talking about how much it costs to support? Is that what you mean? I think I missed anything previous that you said, but if it's too expensive, don't even worry. Don't even worry. I realize that like prices vary extremely, especially depending on the country that you're in and stuff like that. Don't even sweat. And Zeeper, thank you very much for the sub. The fact that you show up almost every stream, you're kind, you're in the chat, that's all I could ask for. So thank you for being here, St. Lolek. All right, we merged it in. Let's pull it down. And look at that. I don't know why the avatar is broken on my machine. Actually, maybe I'm blocking the URL. But now we have this. We have the toggle. Listen, I respond to some things, but it's not like a blanket rule. Then we can log out. I guess on logout, we want to have a redirect as well. Some things need to be fixed here. Some things definitely need to be fixed, but I think it's better than before. But we should talk about the user experience of hiding some of this stuff if we're not on mobile. But I'm not going to worry about that right now because we're going to worry about the user onboarding flow. Yeah, but this looks good overall. I mean, from Oscar's screenshot, you know what? Maybe it's because I'm on a VPN that the image doesn't load. Like it doesn't like that I'm loading this from a VPN. Let me try really quick without the VPN. I guess that's not even the issue either, because if I just go to the image directly, it loads. the image loads if I load it directly. But if I load it on this page, it gets a 403 error, and then it reveals, well, you can't see it. You can't see it. It reveals my IP address if I show the actual error here. Is it? HTTPS? It's possible. It would just be whatever we're getting back from Google OAuth. Let's look at what's in the database. Zepper? Let me know how to say your name. But thank you for the 2 gifted. That's awesome. All right. If we look at user, they have an image. Yeah, it's HTTPS in the database. Zephyr. That makes sense. Thank you very much for the sub and the gifted. Using refer policy, no refer seems to help. Can I just throw this on an image tag? Thank you for finding that. But let's try this. So on the nav trail component, when we load the image, well, it's not the nav trail. It's actually the layout, isn't it? Where's the image? It's in the nav. Here it is. But we're using the avatar component. I don't know if they're going to let us specify this here. Let's see. They do. Beautiful. That was such an easy fix. Okay. Thank you for finding that on Stack Overflow. All right, let's talk about user onboarding. So right now, what's the issue? Okay. This seems like something I should care about, but I really want to work on features right now. How different is the editor config from our prettier and eslint config? Is it so that if someone opens the repo and they don't have eslint or prettier, the editor config will help them? I don't have any experience with editor config, but we'll talk about that later. Just remind me when we're done with all the features and stuff. I say features. Hopefully we get some features done. Remind me, and we'll talk more detail about that. Thanks for that hype train, everybody. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay. Did it actually work? No, it didn't work. Huh. Different tools will read from the editor config. That's good to hear. Let's just try doing an image. And then the alt tag is going to be the user name. Yeah, so that works if we use an image directly. And then we can also add the border radius. If we look at the avatar component in skeleton, we can see what their border radius is. Avatar? Wait, did you create your own component? No, it's there. Does anyone know? It's probably just a tailwind Skeleton is, yeah, it is pretty nice. I like it. Rounded dash full, I think is all we need. Why would you need an? It does some other special stuff besides just rounding the image. But this is good enough for now. Okay. Okay. We technically do have an onboarding page. It's not hooked up for when the user first signs up. But let's think through this. And I think to think through this, well, I think we kind of need. Let's create a decision diagram. Decision diagram. Yeah, skeleton only works for Svelte, but the maintainer has talked about how they potentially are going to try to support other frameworks going forward. Right now, it's only Svelte, but all of the CSS stuff could definitely be reused for other frameworks. Yeah, it's been a while since I've sat in a chair. All right, I need to do a couple of things. So give me a moment. I need to get my mic working over here, so that way, we can. We'll implement it. And this is me really big, and this is me really small. But I'll be right back. Check, check, 1, 2. I'm probably only coming out of your like left ear. Can you hear me? Check, check, 1, 2. Only the left. Okay. I think there's a way to fix that in OBS. Very left. Give me a second. Okay. Well, this USB mic is a mono device. Well, so but yeah, this is the other microphone. I have 2 different microphones because I'm on a different side of the desk. OBS mono audio filter. Mono to stereo? Advanced. Oh, good call. Good call. Thank you. Thank you, Alka. And hello, Alka. Welcome in. I don't know if I saw you. All right. So this is a different microphone. But here we go. Wait, where's the mono setting? Check. Oh, it's literally a checkbox, but the label for the checkbox was out of scroll. Check. There we go. You should hear me in both ears. Yeah, but it should be better now, though. You should be able to hear me directly. I guess I could even do this much right here. Check, check. And we'll increase the volume a little bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome to me drawing on the table. It should be better now. Unless you, maybe I need to increase it slightly more. Slightly more? Okay. How is this? Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Nice. Nice. Looks good to me? Okay. All right. Thank you for sticking around while I figured all of that out. Let's talk about this. So, user clicks the sign in with YouTube button. Also, I think it's an all-in-one button. It's a sign in or sign up with. I think we want to, I don't know how we label it right now, but I think we should always label it sign in because no matter what, we're going to figure out what to do with the user. So user clicks that button. Then what happens? We have a decision, which is first time. Is this the first time we are ever seeing that user? If the answer is yes, we'll do something. If the answer is no, we need to do something else. I have nice hands. Thanks. So what we're dealing right now with is the first time we've seen a user. So they click that sign in button. The auth flow happens, but if this is the first time we are seeing that user, what do we do? I think a couple of things. So Oscar talked about this last time. I don't know if he mentioned it in one of the issues, but I think we actually need to store in our database, and probably this is where we're going to get to the user settings. So we'll have a separate table for user settings, and we can have a setting in there called first time user. So like, let's do that. Or really we want something like onboarded. Has the user been onboarded yet or before? Because if they click sign in, they get redirected. And we always want to redirect them to the onboarding page, where basically just where they set up their profile based on their main info. But if they exit out of the app before finishing, we need to know that. So the next time they come back, we need to drop them back onto that onboarded page. So I do think that we're going to use some kind of like, is the user onboarded property? Give me 1 second. I want to be able to see you all over on the screen. So yeah, I see a lot of suggestions. Check for first-time user. So that could help, but the scenario that I'm worried about is the user doesn't complete onboarding, leaves the app, and then they come back. Then they're no longer a first-time user according to the Google OAuth, but they are a first-time user inside of our app. So Edufurfer is saying, if null, new user. If not, use the date to know what features to call out. So the auth library that we're using is already taken care of either inserting or updating the user in our database. So they take care of that, which is why I want to have a separate like settings table, because we're going to have more profile settings. We're going to have things like prefers dark mode. It's also going to have preferred locale or preferred language. I don't know where my black pen is. Yeah, so that could be one way to go, Balanek. Like, well, actually, but this goes back to my previous mention of it. So, the user clicks sign in. It's the first time we see them. We insert some initial settings into the settings table, but then they exit before completing that onboarding step. The next time they come back, we want that. So I think I want a special property, because it's not just the settings object. It's also, have they actually completed onboarding? So I think I've convinced myself that it's not just, is the settings null or when's the last time we saw this user? It is, if settings.onboarded is false, we're going to take them to the onboarding page. The other aspect of that is this will be like internal only. So there'll be no way for a user to change this in their settings, but we internally will use this Boolean in the database. So I do think, yeah. So this determines, yeah. So if this is the first time we're seeing them, there's several steps. So we create the settings, we set onboarded equal to false, and then we take them to the onboarding screen. So we'll just say redirect onboarding. Banning users. What is the onboarded itself? This is just going to be a Boolean property on the settings object. So every user will have an entry in the settings table. We're going to need to create a new table. And I mean, I like where you're going with that, Oscar. So instead of just having onboarded, we have a user status, which is they are brand new, which means they haven't been onboarded yet. They're a regular plain old user, or they're banned. So if we have that ban setting, then during the login flow, if the setting is banned, then we just show them like, you can't access this website kind of thing. I guess that's true, Terawatt. We would store, because we need more information associated with the ban, so we'd probably store that in a separate table. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Fitzbro? I am using 7TV, so I'm a 7TV subscriber, and one of the perks of 7TV is, for one, I get and if you have this enabled, I guess if you're seeing my animation, then you have the 7TV extension enabled. I have username paint, and they let you upload a GIF. So Twitch doesn't support it directly. You have to be a supporter of 7TV. Yeah. So onboarded means, did they complete setup? And I haven't figured out what those settings are yet. But welcome in, Fitzrow. I don't think I've seen you here before. You write code? Professional player. Well, thanks for being here. Appreciate you for dropping in. Cool. I'll definitely drop a follow. Come check you out later. Okay. I didn't know Twitch had a hackathon. Okay, if it was a few years ago, yeah, I don't know then. I'd have to check. If they do one recently, that'd be cool. Okay, so yeah, false by default. So basically, we'll write this out better in the code, but if it's the first time we see the user, we need to insert a row into the settings table with false for onboarded, and then redirect to the onboarding page. And that's where they're gonna fill out the rest of their settings. So there they can set their, like during onboarding, they can set their preferred locale, which will default to whatever was detected, and we'll come up with other settings. But there we redirect to the onboarding page. If this is not the first time we've seen them, then we will have to check and like we'll pull in their settings. Like, is onboarded false? So is onboarded true? So if onboarded is true, then we redirect to homepage. If onboarding is false, then we redirect to the onboarding page. And so this is what I was talking about with the scenario where, okay, so the user clicks sign in. Auth.js handles putting them into the database, all of that good stuff, updating their profile information if we've seen them before. So that's all handled by that library that we're using. But after that, we want to know, I guess technically all of this, I guess first time and onboarded are kind of combined into one. I don't know why I separated those out. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. So basically these two are a combined decision because the way we're going to determine if it's the first time is we're actually going to check the onboarded property in their settings. We'll have to handle that in code. Basically all this is fuzzy, but I think we'll be able to figure it out. And then if onboarding was false, redirect them to the onboarding page, and after they click save, we'll go elsewhere. Otherwise, they go home. Let's implement this first. Let's implement this first, and then we'll figure out what happens next. But I just want to get this redirect working, and ultimately, what we're going to have to implement is we need a new database table. So we need a table for user settings, and we need to implement after the redirect. We insert into the settings table for the user. That's what we're going to implement. We get redirected either, and then afterwards we'll figure out what goes from there. Because even during the initial onboarding like profile setup, after that we probably want to redirect them to, like, if they don't have any lists, a page that says create your first list, that kind of thing. I don't think I have any videos on managing state with React Router DOM. Hello, we're over on this screen now. Best chart so far. It's the only chart. But if you're specifically using Redux, there is a library that can bring React Router state into your Redux store. It's not my birthday, but thank you, Cakes. I appreciate that. I typically sing happy birthday for people whose birthday it is. But it is not my birthday. How do you keep yourself motivated and how to concentrate on coding for a long period of time? It really comes down to, well, first of all, I'm not good at that, and I'm trying to get better at that. But like Lesbel is mentioning, like, yeah, build something that you love. But also, if you're lacking motivation, it might be a deeper issue, and you got to take care of yourself. So get good sleep, eat good food, exercise. All of those things come first, because if you're not doing those things, it's going to be really hard to be motivated in general. So I would say if those aren't happening in your life, focus on that first. If the rest of your life and the way you manage your body is already good, then yeah, it's going to help if you're actually working on things that you care about. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing is you need to take breaks. Like if you are constantly like if you're just working for hours without breaks, you're gonna get burnt out. So taking a break and stepping away every hour or so helps with your cognitive function. Like your brain keeps working even when you're not like it's working behind the scenes, even when you're not sitting there like coding. So taking breaks is especially important. So yeah, working on things you care about. It is important. I mean, at the same time, like if you're newer to coding and trying to get good at development, repetition helps. Like it's just a matter of doing it a lot so that you get better at it. So early on, it might not even be interesting things, but it's just a matter of like getting the reps in and practice. But yeah. Yeah, and Thomas, thank you very much for the sub. Are you new here? You are. Welcome in. Welcome to the Coding Garden. Appreciate you. All right, let's write some code. So here we are in this big ol' app. And I think where we're going to start is let's talk about the database. So we need a settings table. I talked about before how the database and the auth library that we're using automatically creates users for us during the OAuth flow. It creates an account, a user session. We also want a settings table. So we're going to do that. Honestly, I kind of want to pull this into a database visualizer just to show you. Does anybody remember what we used? Yeah, this is one of them, Prismalizer. It does not like that. There we go. There we go. Zoom out. Zoom out. Has somebody asked about like what is Prisma? Because I can talk about what that is too. Honestly, I don't want to have to rearrange these. Let's look at Prisma Builder. What did Finder the Ice Wing say? Please? What is Prisma? Yeah, I will tell you what Prisma is. New schema. Oh goodness, can I not import from an existing schema? Here we go, import schema. This is not what I want. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It honestly doesn't matter because we're just going to focus on the user and then the relationship to the settings table. But first, let's talk about Prisma. So Prisma is an ORM or an object relational mapper. Basically, it makes it so that way we can write code that queries our database that's in a more object-oriented format. So for example, I think the one place we have the Prisma client right now is over here, so I'm just going to do that. So we create an instance of Prisma client, and then if I do Prisma dot, it tells us all of the models that we have access to. So for example, user. And then we have lots of methods like find many, find first, find unique. We also have update. We also have delete. It essentially gives us all of these methods on our models. So it's really easy to query the database because if you didn't have something like Prisma, then you would potentially need to use the direct database driver and you would need to write SQL code and send it to the database driver. But this is much higher level. So when I do Prisma.user.findMany, at the end of the day, this is going to get turned into select star from user, but I get to write code like this, which is much nicer because I'm working in JavaScript. So that's one aspect of Prisma, is it gives you that ORM. The other aspect is it gives you a database design tool. So yeah, I mean, if any other programming environment where you've worked with models or database models, it's kind of like that. But the other nice thing is the way that I got all of that was by defining this Prisma schema file. So they have their own custom language. Yeah, and I mean, Terawatt's trolling, but the ORM scene in the JavaScript world has not been great. There's a lot of other tools for this. Sequelize was pretty popular for a long time. People will still reach for this, but honestly, in all my years, Prisma kind of works the best, is the most full-featured. I will say that I haven't worked on super complex apps with it, so we might reach its limits when we're trying to do like complex relationships. But SQLize, in my experience, there's a lot of duplication. Like you have the model definition, you have some other things, and you're like duplicating yourself in multiple places. There's also type ORM, which people liked a lot for a while, but it's pretty. There's a lot of open issues. There was some issue like on the surface, this one seems okay, but it's a thing. The one that I have used in the past is called Objection, and what's nice about Objection is it's built on top of Connects, and Connects is a query builder, meaning it's not an ORM. So, for instance, you write code that looks like this. It's a little bit closer to SQL, right? So, select title, books. This gets turned into SQL code, select title, author, year from books. So Connects is really nice because it's not an ORM. It's a bit closer to the SQL that you're going to be writing, but it is a bit more cumbersome if you have a lot of queries. So Objection essentially gives you an ORM that's built on top of Connects. So if you're already using Connects, Objection makes a lot of sense because it can use your existing Connects connection, and then you can define models on top of that. There's also Bookshelf, Waterline. There's a lot of them out there. Ultimately, Prisma seems really nice, and the added aspect here is this Prisma schema file. Yeah, Anonymous691. It just takes practice, and I mean, that's ultimately the dilemma of all software devs. Like, you want to do your best, like you want to write good code, but you have deadlines for school, you have deadlines for work, you have budget constraints. Everything's a compromise. So ultimately, you just learn from the projects that you have built. So in your next project, go into it with the idea that you are going to try to write better code and more organized code, that kind of thing. And that's the other thing what Diamond is mentioning is watch people that write good code and learn from them. Yeah, because I mean it's one thing to know that you want to write better code, but it's another thing to know what you actually want to write there. Yeah. So here's the nice thing about Prisma. This schema file is custom Prisma syntax. They have their own syntax for this model file, and we essentially define all of our models. And a model corresponds to a database table. Prisma also works with MongoDB, though. In that case, a model would correspond to a document collection. But in this case, we're using Postgres, which is a SQL database, so each one of these models corresponds to a table in our database. And they have their own syntax for defining the types and everything like that. And then once we've defined all of our models and all of our relationships, Prisma generates direct SQL code. So you can look in the migrations here, and you can see our initial migration, which literally creates our enums, our tables, the constraints on our tables, the indexes on the tables, indices, the foreign key relationships on all of those tables. So we write code that looks like this. Prisma automatically generates SQL code for us that gets run against our database. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So there's multiple aspects of Prisma. You have the model file, which defines your tables. You have the migrations, which creates the SQL code, which you can run against your database. And then you have, and the other cool thing about this is these models get generated as TypeScript types. So that's why I have full type completion here. Because if I do prisma.user, and if I do find mini, I can pass in select, and then this gives me type completion of all of the possible fields. So behind the scenes, Prisma is also generating TypeScript interfaces with all of the right fields and the right types. And what's beautiful about that is you define it once. You basically define your Prisma schema once, and it generates the TypeScript types, it generates the migrations. Basically, you have one source of truth, which is the Prisma schema file. So at this point, let's make another model. So what I want is a user settings model. And this is going to have something like onboarded. Or we'll come up with good names, but I'm thinking this is going to be a Boolean, like true or false, like is the user onboarded? We can also set the locale, which is I think just going to be a string. Like, what is the user's preferred locale? And we can add a default as well. Yeah, so all of this in here is Prisma schema specific stuff. So if we want to know more about it, we can look at their docs. Is Boolean wrong? Yeah, so locale should be for language. Oh yeah, theme. So do they prefer dark or light theme? Let's actually create an enum for that, just like dark and light. Or are we gonna come up with other themes later? Oh, I have to put a semicolon. Good call. What do you all think? Do we want an enum that's like dark mode, light mode? Because by default, we detect what the user prefers based on their system settings. We could do well, I don't know if I want to do an enum for locale because there's going to be so many. Ultimately, like I want to store the theme because if they log in another browser, I want to keep whatever theme they set it to. So we could have like dark and light, and then theme could be of type theme. We also need an ID. We've been using UUIDs on all of our tables, and Postgres has a built-in way of generating UUIDs. So we're going to use that. There we go, no semicolon. So user settings has a specific ID, and then we want to link it back to the user. So this is actually really cool about Prisma schema is, let's say I add a user property here, and then I say it's type user. When I run the built-in Prisma formatter, it's going to automatically add the relation field. So for example, this like an account is related to a user and it has all of this stuff here. When I run the Prisma formatter, it's going to automatically insert that. So if I do format document, boom, you can see that it linked it and it added that user ID property, because user IDs is how we set up that foreign key relationship. Yeah, like this. And then did it already know? Yeah, it already knew that the user ID needed to be a UUID. So it's pretty slick. Basically, by setting this up here, we're good. And then it should have also set it on the user object. Yeah, but you can see by default, it set it up as an array. Like it's defaulting to a one-to-many relationship. We actually want a one-to-one relationship. So one user can have one user setting. So let's call this settings. Yeah, and that's what we want. So like there will be one specific user setting ID on the user itself. Don't call it theme. Okay, we'll come up with a better name for that. A one-to-one relation must use unique fields on the defining side. Okay. I think we can do this. We'll have to figure out the syntax, but basically one user can have one settings. They can't have multiple settings. I mean, we could, like, depending on the browser that they log into, we have different settings. Yeah, so we're gonna make this nullable. We're gonna make it so that it can be null. So by default, after the user gets inserted through the user auth flow, settings will be null, and that will allow us to set it up inside of like the auth callback. Why do I have to add that if it's mandatory? We specifically wanted this user settings ID here. The thing is, like, is this going to be unique? I guess it should be. Yeah, that should be fine. Why is this complaining? And why is this complaining? Honestly, let's go to the Prisma docs. I am newer to Prisma, so really what we want to look at in the Prisma docs is one-to-one relationship. Let's see how they set that up. A one-to-one relationship. Who reads docs? I mean, I'm trying to just figure it out, and we almost got there, but I just want to be sure that we're doing it right. Prisma schema reference. One-to-one? Color scheme, appearance. I like that too. Relations, one-to-one relation. Thank you. A one-to-one relation refers to relations where at least most one record can be attached on both sides of the relation. There's a one-to-one relation between user and profile. So user can have one profile. And actually, I guess I like that. I like that. So we're not even storing the user settings ID on here. We just do it like this. So like user settings is optional, meaning it can show up as null if there isn't a row in the user settings table. And then user ID needs to be unique. And then we have that same relation there. So I think this is the way to go. Basically, we won't have a user ID settings field on the user model. It'll under the hood, it's going to need to do a nested query, or not necessarily a nested query, but a join against the user settings table if there is a user settings. But otherwise, this should show up as null. And that's what we want. All right, that worked out. Color scheme. I like color scheme. Yeah, I think the one benefit of this is that it automatically generates the TypeScript types. I think you're onto something though. Like somebody probably is working on something where you can define your tables using JSON schema and then use JSON schema to generate your TypeScript types. But the main reason they have their own schema here is so that they can map to different types of databases and so they can auto-generate the TypeScript types. Like that's ultimately why we're doing this. Yeah, and the profile can only be for one user. Exactly. So there would never be two rows in this table with the same user ID. Yeah. What did Pablo say? Yeah. Here's my UUID. Okay, I think okay. Do you ever think about the fact that whenever you generate a UUID and then you don't use it, you're basically wasting a UUID? I mean, you're not wasting it because I think like a lot of aren't unique IDs also time based? So every time you generate a new one, it's based on the current time as well. Something like that. All right, let's give this a different name. We're gonna call this color scheme. Is that what we decided? What is the what do we call it in CSS? User prefers dark. Prefers color scheme. Yeah, so this is what it's using under the hood. So we're just gonna call our color scheme dark and light. I think that's a good one. Color scheme. Cool. Now, locale. We could potentially set up an enum, but this is gonna get out of control. We also could set up a lookup table. I think that's too much extra work. Because if we wanted something like locale, then we would have like US and then DE, or actually it wouldn't even be US, it would be like EN for English. But then there are some that are like English US and like English UK. This would get out of hand very quickly. So I am okay with the locale being a string. We're gonna have some duplication, but that's okay because it's literally like between 2 and 5 characters long. Yeah. lookup tables too much. I guess. Think about the logic though. So the first time we see a user, we have their locale because we detected it on the server side, and we could say, okay, does this locale exist in our lookup table? If it doesn't, insert it. I don't want to write that code. I'm okay with it being a string. UUIDs, I do believe, are also time-based, which is what helps it be unique. And it also, a lot of times, is based on the machine that it was generated on. Yeah, so every machine has a node ID. And then timing. So like that's basically how they're unique, is they're also based on time and where they were generated. So two different machines, if they generate a UUID at the exact same time, it's going to be unique because they have different node IDs. Yeah. Good call, JP Billings. The thing is, in Postgres, I think it uses the text type by default, and that can be as long as you want it to be. Yeah, so like this db.text, but we should limit it. Let's look up how to do varchar. Yeah, so you do string db varchar. By default, I do believe it. I thought it would default to. And we're gonna do 10 just to be safe. I guess we could look up the locale ISO standard. Let's do that because then we can be more precise about it. But for instance, whenever you request a web page, your browser sends along the accept language in the request header. So in the request headers, my browser is sending accept language, English US, English Q05. It's a varchar by default. Well, does it depend on the database? Because I'm using Postgres. I thought it would change there. So this right here is actually an ISO standard. So we could look up that standard to see what is the maximum length of any of them and then set that. What is this locale? Well, I mean, what is this standard? Is it the ISO 639 language codes? Yeah, like English, Espanol, Portuguese, Chinese. Yeah. All right, what do you have for me, America 2050? Language by locale. Are you saying we could create this enum? I think that is one potential option as well. Instead of having a lookup table, we literally predefine the enum. But what standard is this based on? I guess you're right. TZM LATN-DZ. Is that in here? Where did you get this list? Second answer. List of iOS locales? List of all languages with names, ISO 639-1 codes. Locale readme. There's got to be like a standard standard place to get this, right? Yeah, that's why I thought maybe they misspelled iOS instead of ISO. what did they do here? Yeah, they define the enum here. Here's the thing: if we define this enum inside of our database, or inside of the Prisma schema, it's going to generate the TypeScript type for us, which is pretty cool. Ultimately, I want to know what is the standard that this is from. Somebody tell me that, because then I can look at the Wikipedia article for it, and we don't have to go just by some random repo. Like en-us. What is that from? Like ISO 639-1 gives us the 2-letter codes. But what about the variants, like English US or English UK? Yeah, so here's English. Is English US? Yeah, so it's not. So ISO 639-1 gives us the first 3 characters. We also want to know variants. 639-2T? We're in 639-1 right now. Like, this doesn't have English US or English UK. What's this? Because I think it's a separate standard. Standard country language codes are comprised of 2 arguments separated by a dash. For example, FRCA is French Canadian. The argument is a valid ISO language code. These codes are lowercase 2-letter codes as defined by ISO 639. Yep. The second argument to both constructors is a valid ISO country code. These codes are the uppercase 2 letters as defined by ISO 3166. POSIX locale? Yeah, but we need to find the standard. So yeah, it is a combination of 2. So it's a combination of the ISO 3166 and the ISO 639-1. But the issue is which ones are actually valid, right? Because you could come up with every possible combination. Because you could say, like, English Albanian. So I think that's where, like, this. Yeah, exactly. Coffee drinker. So it's possible that, like, there's a U.S. variant of French, which I don't think there is. But how do we know which ones we account for? And then you have the third one, yeah, because I think earlier, Mark mentioned, yeah, TZM, LTN, DZ. So what's that about? Well, there could be a variant of the translation depending on the locale. So right now, all of our translation files are just the 2-character language code. But if somebody wants to add, like, the Canadian French variant instead of just French, or yeah, I think that's right. Then they would need to be able to do that. They can all be valid. Only the first one is the language. Yeah. Here's the list that SAP uses. I mean, they're big business. They this would make sense. Yeah, so, like, all the variants of Arabic, if we were to translate multiple versions of multiple types of Arabic, we would want that as well. IETF language tag? Primary language subtags. Maybe? Yeah, so like German can vary between countries. Yeah. Internationalization is hard, but I think ultimately that's why I want to try to get it right, because like we could just use this library, we could just copy what they have, but I do want to make sure that we have an up-to-date source um, of all possible languages. Leave it for a discussion. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. For example, look at all these variants of English. You have Belize, Canada, Ireland, Jamaica, New Zealand, Philippines, United Kingdom, US. I kind of want to just copy this table. Belize is a country. Is there anything wrong with copying this table? Also, is there anything wrong? Like, could we determine, like, if we use SAP as a source of truth? Um, Browsers will let you set it to anything. Let me show you, like, we were doing some testing in Chromium. Um, I guess, yeah, so good point, UX Web. We should look at TypeSafe I18N to see if they have their own enum of this, because if they do, we should use that. Um, So in Chrome, for instance, all of the languages that you could possibly add are here. Oh, that could be a source of truth. Like we could look at both Chrome and Firefox to see where this list of languages and locales comes from. Hmm. Um. We'll look at I18 and I18 next. We didn't end up using that library, but it could have something. Um. All right. All right. All right. Dang it. Okay. Look at TypeSafe I18N. Free EU German. Let's see if there is English-US anywhere in this code base. What's up, DMD? Welcome back. Um, they have a bunch of tests. I don't think they have a predefined like languages file. That's really what we're looking for. And then I18 next might have that. It's still working. Well, I think it's the thing is like I kind of just want to copy this list. Um, we could also see like how different this list is from the one that America 2050 shared, which was on the well, there's also this last updated in January. We might though America 2050. I don't want to rule it out. Um, and then also these I think technically need to be translated into the language itself. I I want to copy this. Um, Yeah, I think that's the other thing is, yeah, we're definitely going to have English US and English UK and English Canada because um, we spell color differently and a few other things. Mm. Do we just use this one? How many does this have? This also has the 3-character ones too. It says 733, 731 different ones. Let's see how many are in this. Yeah, honestly, um, we should go with pick one of the lists, and then if somebody attempts to add a translation that we don't have in our list yet, they add it. Right? That's probably the way to go. But I do also want I want the name of the locale for display. Can you link me again, America 2050? I think I lost the thing that you sent me. But really, I just want to see. There's only 136, so the other one's a bit more exhaustive. But here's how I would have determined that. Use in console. Now we have in the console temp 0, which is that, and then we can query selector all for all of the rows. And there's 136, so even this one isn't exhaustive. This one we can see, is it exhaustive? There are 656. And then this one has like 732. So I think we're going to go with this one. You can click an element. Oh, and then use $0. I haven't done that, but exhaustive? Exhausting. Both. Both. How many are in this one? There's only 437 in this one. I like this one. However, this one doesn't have labels. So we are going to use this one. Though I would prefer that the label is translated into the language itself. Locale planet. It's true, late key, but I think this is a really good source. Thank you for finding this. Who is this? TJ Mr. P. Thank you. Let's see how many they have. All right, we're gonna try the new trick that we learned. Click the table body, and then $0, query selector all. 722. And they give it back to us as an API. Fantastic. I think we want the language map. 500 server error. And then they just spit out their source code. Who does that? Text translation functions. That's Java for you. Oh, it's API auto lang map. Yeah, that's a good point, America 2050. Okay. We've officially spent way too long on this. Uh, so we're gonna make a decision right now, which is, I want this table. I want this table right here. And then I want it to be a seed into my database. So I'm gonna do a little, like, because their API is down, I'm gonna write a quick little web scraper. Not even a web scraper. I'm just gonna do it in the console here. To give me back a JSON object. Way too long. Way too long. So here's what we need to do. We need to look at every row in the table body. And we're going to have the locales starts off as an empty array. And we're going to get all of the rows. We're working on localization because if we don't do it now, some of the decisions we make later will be affected. I think. I think that's really all right. And then we're going to for each one of these. And then we get each row. And then from that, we can say row.query selector all for the TD. That's going to give us each of the columns. And the columns are going to be the ID, formal name, native name, common name. So we're going to grab those, and then we're going to push into our locales. I do agree it's data. That's so I'm going to create this JSON object, and then we're actually going to have a seed for our database, and it's going to be a lookup table. That's what it's going to be. And then we'll have a locale ID instead of like a string. We basically that's how far we are at this point. Yeah, I forgot the equal sign. Thank you. So equals that, and then locales dot push. We want an object that's going to have the ID, which is id.textcontent.trim, and the formal name, which is formal.textcontent.trim. And then we have native name, which is formal.textcontent.trim. And we have common name, which is formal.textcontent.trim. All right. Will it work first try? It doesn't, because I spelled formatal wrong. Formal name? Formal, native, common. Native. There we go. So now if I look at locales, it has 722 objects in it. And then each one of those has the ID, the native name, and the formal name. Beautiful. That's what we want. Yeah, awesome. So now if I just do json.stringify all of these locales, I want that. Give me that. Copy message. Check the last one. Is that right? Copy object. Now we're going to use this in my code base. So we have to decide, where do we want to put our database seeds? Should I just create a directory called data? Or should I create a directory called data inside of a seeds directory? Let's create a directory called seeds. Put it in the Prisma folder? Create a folder called DB. Inside of DB, we'll create a folder called seeds. And then inside of there, we'll have a folder called locales. And inside of there, we'll have a file called locales.json. And then that's where all of this goes. And we should be able to format it. Beautiful. and we'll credit it. We'll absolutely credit it. So taken from here. And then I'll catch up on chat because a lot of people were like, how'd you do that? What is happening here? Honestly, I'm going to rename this to data instead of locales because we'll potentially have data. And then in seeds, we'll have a file for seeding the locales. That TypeScript. To do. Import JSON. To do. Insert into DB. Okay. Do I have that on the list? Let's check it. What is that? Yeah, Malayalam. Put the code in a gist and add the URL as a comment. The thing is, they have an API. Their API is broken. Like, I should be able to go, well, actually, the language map doesn't include the native one. I really wanted native. Yeah, so there's the language map, but I specifically wanted all like these translations because that's what we can show in the UI. Oh, the code I used in the console? Yeah. The thing is, you could use this code like on any website that has a table. So, basically, we did web scraping, but we just did web scraping in the console. So we have a variable to store all of the things that we're getting. We get all of the rows for every row. We extract out the columns. We get the text content. We push it in, and then at this point, we stringify the locales like this. But then the temp0 is a DOM table. I don't think map is built into query selector at all because this is a node list. This isn't an array. Also, for each makes sense here. Yeah, technically, yeah, you're technically right. We could do something like this. If we could turn it into a map, we could grab all of them, spread it into an array, and then map it. And then instead of pushing it, we return this like this. And now we can just set locales equal to that, like that, as a bit simpler. Yeah, this should still work. So if I run this code on that page, well, first of all, it's going to break because temp0 doesn't exist. Yeah, temp0 is not defined. But if we get temp0 here, so it's selected. Well, it's not selected. Technically, it's $0 at this point. There we go. Beautiful. Text content.trim on the inner text. What did I do different? Oh, I have no code. I have no idea codex. I mean, technically, you just need some valid selector, right? Like, let's see. This table has a bunch of classes on it, so we could have used that too. I'm moving fast. That's another way to do it. You like prompt file download. Yeah, but yeah. So basically, query selector for the element with all of these classes. And it's document.querySelector. Make it simple. Are there more than one? See, this is the issue. If there's more than one table, then that's why this breaks, because then we need that one specific table. Oh, that's the right one. Oh, well, you know what? It's because we also wanted to do table body. That. Okay, this is the code. This is it. um, I'll include this JSON file too. So let's add a file. Tailwind drama? What you talking about? uh, this. Um, give it a name. All language locales and ISO country codes from here. My code's now broken? Disagree. Here. Refresh the page. Paste. You're right. You're totally right. I'm missing a square bracket. Um, oh, you're right. It's all broken. I can fix it. So query selector this, then query selector all for the table rows. That's the issue. All right. And there you go. There we go. Yeah, you're totally right. I could combine those two as well. But look at us. We are wasting so much time right now. It's fine. This is the way things go. We're billing by the hour, right? Nice. Okay, that's it. That's it. There you go. If you want this, you can grab it there. Now we have to work on seeds. Make it into a YouTube video. The thing is, like, I'm exhausted at this point. Like, I don't have it in me. I need to keep moving, or else I yeah, I need to keep I need to keep moving for another day. I mean, I think that's the whole issue with like trying to create like content for people to watch and stuff like that. Like people watching right now definitely learn from what I just did. If I were to make it into a YouTube video, maybe a couple more thousand people might learn something. I don't know. It's not that maybe I underestimate like how I underestimate the things that I do, right? Because to me, this is obvious, right? It's like if you already know how to use plain old DOM, you can figure this out on any website by just writing this in the console. But I think what I'm missing is people don't realize that they can just do this, right? Right? All right, we'll make it a short YouTube video. The other thing is like I would want to go one step further, right? Because we just did this in the console so that we get the data. Like what you could do is you could put this into a serverless function, right? The serverless function requests this page, grabs the HTML, and then has a very similar thing inside of it. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. All right, if it's new to Nick, then we'll make a video out of it. You convinced me. You convinced me. All right, let's make a video. And I'll write it. I'll write it live. The thing is, I cannot do this in a YouTube short. That's all. Also, like more constricting to try to do it in under a minute. I guess I could do it in under a minute if I just paste the code in and then talk through the code. Let's do that. I'm I didn't think that people would know to do this. So I appreciate everyone saying, hey, uh, you know, yeah, it's new to me too. Under a minute. Cool. Let's do it. Hello, friends. In this video, I'm going to show you how to get data out of a table on a web page and put it into a JSON object so you can use it in your project. Now, there's a lot of reasons why you might want to do this, and there's also a lot of ways you could go about this, but I'm going to show you somewhat of a hacky way just to get the data into your app. So specifically, I wanted this data. So this is from localeplanet.com, and it has language codes, formal names, and the native translated names. And I want all of this data because I'm going to seed it into my database. So I wanted to grab it as a JSON object. So what I did was I just opened up the DevTools and wrote some code to do that. So I select every single row inside of the table that's defined here. And then for every row, I select every column and put those into variables for ID, formal, native, and column. And then I return an object that has all 4 of those properties. A little bit of extra stuff here is I'm turning this node list into an array so I can use map. And then we have it in an array. And at the end of it all, I just stringify it, and that gives me a big old object. So if I right click this, say copy object, I can put this into my editor in a JSON file. I could also format the document. And then we instantly have a JSON object with all of that data. So like I said, there's a lot of ways to go about this. You could put this in a serverless function so that it's like web scraping, but ultimately I just needed this data in my app, so I did this. Was that good? That was 1 minute and 20 seconds. I could probably edit it down to a minute. let's say it worked. That was actually very good. Okay. Okay. Cool. Great. Yeah, you're totally right, Codex. There's a couple more steps. Like you need an HTTP request. You need a what do you call it? A JS DOM library or Cheerio. Cool, cool. All right, everybody's happy. I appreciate you all. That was a fun little win. All right, all right. Now let's seed the database. Oh, you know what though? Okay, everyone's clapping, but to turn that into a YouTube short, or a TikTok, it needs to be vertical video. It's gonna be saved in the edit. In the edit, I can move things around, get it into vertical video. Yeah, we'll worry about it later. Okay, let's move on. We're past that. Now, I want to get this data into my database. That's the next step. I want to have a lookup table with all this stuff, and then in our Prisma schema. Now, instead of locale being a string, locale will be, well, it will be a string, but it'll be a UUID that corresponds to a specific locale in our database. So we can now do this. And then we would have another table called locale. So let's just set that model up now. I haven't heard of that, the average goob. I should look into it. Does it like reformat your layout for vertical video? But we'll have literally a model called locale that has all 4 of these properties: ID, formal name, and native name. You make the scene a macro, save X amount of seconds. Interesting. I'll have to look into that later. Yeah. Temple Run? I don't actually know what that is. Yeah. And thank you. I do appreciate. It's basically like the crowd goes wild. You know, it's like I did a thing, and then everyone's like, yes, yes, I was here. All right. What did I break? Why is this complaining now? Oh, there's like a little one hanging right there. I don't know how that happened. Oh, because I know how that happened in my editor. So we use the locale string as the primary key. It's a good question. Because then, yeah, because then right now I have ID here, but then we also want like locale, and then that would actually just be a string itself. But what you're saying is if we just put the locale as the ID instead of a UUID, I think that's also interesting because it prevents, yeah, so they're definitely going to be unique, but it also prevents having to do a lookup, right? We only do the lookup if we want to display the formal name or the native name. Otherwise, we don't even have to look it up. We literally have the string here, but that actually corresponds over here. I'm not opposed to this. Any database people, if you want to chime in on this, because basically what we'll see is in the user settings table, the locale will literally be AF_NA or AR_AE, but that technically is a foreign key to the locale table. Yeah, so it saves a lookup. Don't fetch it if you don't need it. Yeah, what's up, Robert Tables? Welcome in. I like this idea. I like this idea. Okay, so that ultimately means that this is just going to be a varchar. Yeah. Listen to the man with tables in his name. Yeah. Save a lookup when possible. Okay, cool. All right. We also want to know what is the longest possible locale. And I think it's these. So 2 characters, 3 characters, 2 characters. 4 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what? We're going to go with 15 possible. The length is possibly 15. And then I think I can do an @unique on here too. Yeah. Cool. Add a separate column for language and country and split the ID by the underscore. Not opposed to it. Yeah, because when we're seeding it, we could have language code, country code. And Crasty, thank you for the resub. Past 3 days I've been catching up with Listed. It's awesome. Learned so much. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much for that resub. I'm not opposed to it because we could have language code and then country code. If we need to use those things in other places. Why varchar and not relation to locale where the locale is the ID anyways? That's basically what we're doing here. Right? So in the user settings table, we are literally going to have this piece, ch underscore, whatever the locale is. So that will literally be stored right here. But I think actually we do need the relation field then. How do we set up the relation field directly? Honestly, I think it'll do that for us if we just specify that it has a locale. Thank you, Rixie. We'll see you later. Yeah. Country code. Country code. Is that what you did? Well, what was that middle part with the longer one? You're right. If it has 3, then the country code is the last one, and the middle part. What is hunt? And are there other ones? Yeah, there's also like 001. Okay, we've got language code, Uzbek, country code, Afghanistan, and then the modifier here, which is Arab. What do we? Yeah, really, all I want to know is what do we call this middle section? um, you're right that we don't support these many, but we could. We absolutely could. Okay. Dialect? Sure. I mean, I really am curious though. What is Hans or Hunt in a language code or locale? Understanding language tags. Language script. It's called script because it's Latin, Cyrillic, Hant, and I guess Arabic is another one. Script. That is potentially null. We'll leave them null instead of empty string. Okay. Yeah. All right, so we're good here. I think I have this set up. So I don't think I want @id because @id would auto generate this, which I don't want. So if I do @unique varchar 15, we have to insert that ID. What is Catalan? Catalan. We've got CA, CAAD, CAIT. That's it. That's it. Yeah, so I think that's good. And then over here on the user settings, if I put locale, it should, when I format the document, put the locale ID. Yeah. And then this line right here will automatically add the foreign key relationship, the DB constraint that says locale ID must be an ID in this table. Okay. I think we're good there. The one thing is I'm noticing that this account table has underscores, but I think that's it has underscores in the properties because of the auth library that we're using. But every other table we're using camel case for the names, which I definitely want to do. But that should be good. Okay. We've got and then we call this color scheme, user ID, locale ID. Beautiful. Does Prisma have anything specific on seeding a database, or do we just write our own seeds? Seeding your database. System in color scheme? Oh, like auto detect. I like that. Auto detect or specifically dark or light. Yeah, Prisma is an ORM. Yep. And they're a modeling tool, an ORM, a migration tool. We'll see what they add for seeds though. I think write a seed script inside your Prisma folder. Integrating seeding with Prisma Migrate. Database seeding happens in two ways. Manually with Prisma DB seed and automatically with Prisma Migrate Dev and Prisma Migrate Reset. With Prisma DB seed, you decide when to invoke the seed command. Okay. So for example, we have these two tables. We have a main function in our seed file that we then just invoke. And we just use the Prisma client. That's easy enough. Yeah, I'm going to split it on underscore. I guess also, Prisma can work with AppSync too. There's one downside to Prisma. Prisma migration and a CI/CD pipeline. Yeah, that's a lot to think about. I haven't thought about that. So I think we want to run our seeds manually. We don't want them to be automatic because if we're in CI/CD, we want to decide when to run the seeds. Right? Right? But what this is saying is we actually want a seed.ts inside of Prisma. So when you do npx Prisma seed, it knows to look at this specific file. So that's fine by me. Would Prisma start in CI/CD? Well, typically with deployment, you would actually want to run the Prisma migrate, because if there are new migrations, you want to run those during the deploy. I'm actually going to move this entire seeds folder into the Prisma folder, and then we'll remove this DB folder. So Prisma seeds, and then we can specify our like JSON data here, and then we can have individual files that do the seeding. So that way seed.ts can call the files in the seeds directory. But the gist thing, I like it being a JSON file. Basically what I'm going to do, watch me. So locales.ts is going to import the data from data/locales. And then there's a someone tell me the TypeScript way of saying that this is JSON. Like a as. Oh, I like that, Stony. That's a good call. If we just put an index.ts in here, assert type JSON, that's probably it. Then we can get rid of this. And that one's going to call this. Okay, so if I do, but Josie almost had it. We just don't want that. Good call, Oscar. We'll link to my gist. Yeah, we'll have to update our TypeScript config to look in this folder. But we import that data, and then we want to iterate over it. So I'm just going to export a function called seed that takes in the Prisma client. It is an async function. It'll do its thing, and then we'll be good to go. So now over here, we'll import that. And basically what I'm setting up is later on, so right now we're seeding the locales. Later on, we might want to seed some other stuff as well, so I'll have separate files. But this locales is going to import I guess it just create its own Prisma client. So import Prisma client from Prisma client like that. We will create an instance. Like this. Like this. And then we will import locales. We'll pass the client in, run it, wait for it to finish. One thing I want to do though is I want to tell TypeScript that it should be looking in the Prisma folder as well. Because right now we have source tests. We also want to tell it that it can look for TypeScript files in the Prisma folder, like this. Mountain time, yeah. Create a new branch. I'm too far. I don't want to. I guess you're right. Yeah, because I have one other change right now, but we technically updated the nav trail, but you're right. We should be on a different branch. user settings and locale. I did the wrong thing, but I think if I do it without -b, we'll switch to it. Cool. All right. Do what I'm gonna do. It's my coding garden. You're right. Okay. So let's just have an async function. Never used that snippet before. Async function? Hey. Main doesn't take anything in, does all of the seeding. We'll try catch it. And we saw in their docs, they did this business here. So when everything is done, disconnect. But if there was an error, log it, exit the process, like this. I guess technically we're going to exit no matter what. Just do that. Right? And at this point, we use Prisma client. Try catch is evil. Get out of here. I swear. So I think here's the other thing. I don't know what the hot take is, but if they're saying they prefer to do this over try catch, that's fine. But only do this. Do not mix this with try catch. Because when you mix this with try catch, you'll run into some really, really weird bugs. Because technically, this expression resolves to undefined, even if you have a catch on there. I don't know. Yeah, so when you mix it, you run into a lot of stuff. You don't want to exit if it succeeds. Oh, you're totally right. You're totally right. Yeah, so technically we exit with a 0 status code. Yeah, good call. Like this. It's using the wrong tabs. Let me reload this. We could do finally, but we have to exit after the disconnect. Okay, I got it. I got you. Check it out. Exit status. Exist status? No, exit status defaults to 0. And finally, we exit with the exit status after disconnecting. That's the winner. Okay. And right here, exit status is 1, like that. Okay, now at this point, I want to import the seed from locales, so I'll do that right here. So let's import locale seed from data. No, not that. From locales. I can do at. Oh no. We're not going to alias that import. We await locale seed by passing in the Prisma client. Beautiful. And then when this seed runs, it just does that. Why is this complaining? Has no default export. Good call. Actually, it doesn't need to be default. We could literally import the function seed. Like we're assuming that the thing exports that locale seed like that. Cool. Page not found. All right. The other thing about seeding is we technically want to wipe the table before we or the tables that we're seeding before we put data into them. So we'll actually handle that inside of here. So we're passing the client in over here. This is where we need to do the actual work. So the first thing we'll do is, and also we can just say that this is of type Prisma client, like this. Yeah. And the first thing we'll do is we'll say Prisma client dot locale, which doesn't exist yet. We need to sync our database. So we set up this new table and these new relationships. We need to run Prisma migrate dev, and that's going to create the new migration for us and regenerate the TypeScript types that will include those types. So we'll do this. It should ask us for a name of the migration. Yeah, so we're going to call this user settings and locale. Beautiful. At this point, we should now have the right TypeScript types. So now when I do Prisma client dot, it should give us locale, which is what we want. And I want to delete all of them. Like this. So when we're seeding the locale table, delete all of the rows, the existing rows, and then we'll insert the new ones. Yeah, I do believe we have on delete cascade. We can look at our model. So we don't have it, but we should. Like technically delete all users if we're reseeding the locales. We technically want this, I think, on any relation. So if you delete a user, delete its settings. I don't know if there's a way to truncate. Oh, well, we can look into that instead of delete many. We'll look into that. And then this. So what I'm doing is writing some code that's going to take this JSON file and put it into my database. But we typically call these database seeds because we're seeding. I guess I'm using the word in the definition, but we're setting up our database with some initial data that can be used. I like that too. Color scheme system. Why doesn't it like this? There we go. Okay, we're gonna have to run migrate again to get these latest changes because I wanted on delete cascade. What's up, Rugmat? Welcome in. I don't know if there's a truncate in Prisma. Let's see. I feel like I tried to do something like this recently. Yeah, if I want to truncate, I have to do raw SQL. It's not the end of the world. All right, I'll check it out after stream. Yeah, I will. America 2015. So we can do something like this. Truncate table locale cascade. So that'll delete everything. What's nice about, well, I guess we don't have auto-generated IDs. Thank you, Robert Tables. Thanks for the resub. This whole time, getting love, wasn't subscribed. I appreciate you. Much appreciated. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Whoa, I missed a Clarkio raid? What is wrong with me? I guess my notification sounds are off. I'm so sorry, Clarkio. I don't know if you're still here. I guess that's how Robert Tables came over. Dang it. Dang it. Thank you, Clarkio. Thank you for that raid. And definitely go check out Clarkio. What is it? What? There we go. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm sorry that I missed that. my notification sounds were off. But welcome in. And oh wait, no, that just happened? I don't know. Glad to see you all. Welcome to the Coding Garden. We're working on seeding my database. So first of all, we're clearing this table out. And then we should be able to insert it. So this JSON data is an array. Array here. We actually should get some TypeScript typing here. So I'm just going to think about this first. So if I do data.map, we're going to get each locale. And we want to return what we're going to insert into the database. I'm curious if I do this. Prisma client.locale.insert or create many. This takes a data property, and then we can specify this here. I think if I do this, we should get TypeScript type completion in our returned object here. So I guess maybe we'll use TypeScript right here, because we could say locale, like capital L locale, which comes from Prisma client. And then now we should get type completion as to what we're missing. This is what I want. So ID is going to be locale.id. Do we want to replace the underscores with dashes? I think so. And then we also have common name, which will just be locale.common name. We have native name, which is locale.native name. And I like this, so the fact that I pass this into the map, because TypeScript is telling me all of the properties I'm missing for this, which is good. Country code, this is where we do the parsing. So I'm actually gonna extract this out because we need to do some parsing before we return it. So we return this, but then we can say something like the parts are going to be locale.id.replace, not replace, split on underscores. And then I am purposefully not destructuring this, but we can destructure this. We know for sure that the first one is the language code. And then the other two, it's potentially one or two. It's potentially the country code or script and country code. So country code, sorry, we can do language code automatically. But then country code is if parts.length is 2, then we want parts at 1. Otherwise, parts at 0. And then for the script, if parts.length, honestly, let's define these variables up here so we don't have a bunch of nested ternaries. So we'll say let country code equal parts at 0. And then if parts length is equal to 2, and we'll also say let script be null. There should be parts. Because it's always going to be language code and then country code. And then country code will be parts at 1, and script will be parts at 0. Like this. Get rid of these two, and now we just pass in country code and script. Use destructuring. I'm always we also, I guess we're also missing a formal name. Locale.formal name. Cool. Usually a bool expression. I see what you mean. I do kind of like the upfront parsing and then just passing them in here. But let's try to destructure. So this is complaining because it's like, hey, destructure this, but it doesn't want to auto fix it. I mean, technically, script, comma country code would be how we destructure this, like this. Oh, that just works. Never mind, that just works. I always get confused because if you put like a let here, then it's going to complain because we're redefining the variables. But yeah. Downcase everything. Yeah. So let's think about this. So right now, we have the language code and the country code. Do we want to uppercase these or lowercase these? I think the script stays lowercase. Language code lowercase, country code uppercase. I'm not sure. Just 7 stars. It's in there, and I don't know why. World. I think 001 technically corresponds to the world. Yeah, this is super interesting though because we have EN and then we have EN001, which is world English. Yeah. Like this one? I think it's fine. Let's just run the seeds. Let's just run the seeds. Well, we can look at inspect our database after that. And we'll see what happens. Prisma DB seed? What's the command? He's doing it. Oh, we have to define it in our package.json. I see. So in our package.json, we need a Prisma section. And we do TS node Prisma seed TS. Cool. What I did forget though is we actually also modified the schema again. Here's what I'm going to do. I don't want 2 migrations at this point. Honestly, I just want 1 migration for everything still. Let's do this. We need to wipe out all of our migrations and create an initial migration that has everything. So this is going to complain because it needs to wipe out the schema, but that's okay. All data will be lost. And then we'll call this init again. Command failed. Do I not have TS node as a dependency? I thought I would. I guess I don't. So I'm going to add TS node as a dependency. Oh, you're totally right. I probably have it as like a peer dependency, but you're totally right. It's not seed.ts anymore. It is actually, we will be explicit at this point to point it to seed/index.ts. All right. Did that create the migration though? It did, and then it tried to run the seed immediately after the migration, which is fine. What's the command? npx prisma db seed. Here it is. First try. Not first try. Module not found. Cannot find module index.ts. Hey. Prisma. Seeds. index.ts. I think I called it seed instead of seeds. If it ain't something, it's something. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. First try. Not first try. Unknown file extension, TS. What? Some projects may require you to add compilation options. I don't think it's DB folder. I thought I moved it. So there is no. Yeah, there's no DB folder anymore. So it's Prisma, seeds, index.ts is this file. Also, why do we want to run this through Prisma? There's a workaround? Because we could call this directly. Node loader TS node ESM. I guess that also is ECMAScript modules instead of CommonJS. Shouldn't it default to that? Let's try it. No, so it's at the root of the seeds directory. Well, it should be. Let's double check, but I want it to be at the root of the seeds directory. And it is, yeah, because the data has the JSON data inside of it. There we go. Or not. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. We're not gonna have a Prisma section. We're just gonna have a new task called db seed. And this is gonna be TS node. Jaguar Vision, thank you for the resub. That. npm run db seed. Can't find the TS config. I guess we'll search the web for this. TSX? TS node. Type module. TS node ESM. Do we need a separate TS config for the seeds because it's going to be a separate TypeScript config from, yeah. So if it's using this TS config, we have ES module interrupt, module resolution node. We do not have that. Do I want that? Will that mess with SvelteKit? Do I need to create a separate TS config? For database seeding. Let's do it. Prisma.tsconfig.json. And then TS node is junk these days. I mean, I guess it seemed fine. I don't know what went wrong though. But over here, how do you tell TS node to use a specific config file? Or just tell it ESM? Is it as easy as that? Let's see if this works. If this works, that's all we're gonna do. That didn't work. I guess you're right, Codex. I have to put a .mts on everything. I really don't want it to be this complicated. Please just run my seed file. It works with TSX? You kidding me? Does it really work with TSX? Why? Oh, I was like, I was like JSX? I see what you're saying. Instead of TS node. Okay. I'm up for this. We're gonna remove TS node. And then we're gonna install TSX instead. And then we can do TSX, the name of the file. Good riddance, TS node. Good riddance. At this point, ideally, we could go back to where we had the Prisma section. And then, bada bing, bada boom. Easy. Easy. npx Prisma db seed. Welcome in, Anders. Relation locale does not exist. That's good. That's good. Prisma migrate. Yeah, this is a better error. It actually ran our code. We need those to be run against our database. Beautiful. Now we run the seed. You sure about that? That's a new error. Yeah, so it's actually running our code. What I want to see, did it create? Oh, that I guess that would make sense. Capital L locale whenever I'm doing the truncate. Since when was this case sensitive? Welcome in, Casper. Invalid execute raw relation. Capital L locale does not exist. But I made it uppercase. Technically, user settings would be dependent on locale, and then user is dependent on user settings. So I do want it to cascade. Like right now, it doesn't matter because we didn't actually have any data in the database. But when we do want it to cascade. Good call. Wrap it in double quotes. Nice. 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 Things are happening. So argument country code is missing. I think it's giving us a debug, so it's about to insert this. I mean, I want to see this data in my database. I don't know if it succeeded though. Let's just run Prisma Studio. To see. Yeah, it didn't succeed. So it failed. It didn't insert any data. Okay, that's good to know. Country code string. Oh, I see. There's literally a country code that doesn't. Okay, somebody mentioned this and I didn't know what they were talking about. I think we finally made it there. There is a locale that does not have a country code like this. So country code can be null. I think that's the issue. And that makes sense because like just setting it to English without English US Exactly. We had the same example. Okay, so we'll just update our schema here. So country code is optional. And then when we seed it, country code should be null. Let's let's delete our migrations again. I could probably look up the best way to do this, but I'm literally just deleting the migrations file, rerunning npx prisma migrate dev to regenerate that. I don't think I want nullish coalescing because it's possibly undefined, not null. Oh, then the seed worked. The seed literally worked that time. Because when you do Prisma migrate dev, it auto runs the seeds. Look at this. We have 722 locales. First try. There we go. So let's look at our parse data. But at this point, I think we're good. And I think the bug we fixed was country code was potentially not set. All right. We've got language code, country code. Is it a script? We've got the formal name, the native name, and then the common name. Heck yeah. What we want to find script like Cyrillic, Latin, and then there was also the H one, Hunt, and Hans. Yes, I'm gonna call you Pete. Yes, Pete. Basically, every time we run the seeds, we want a fresh, predictable version of our database. Han simplified, Han traditional. That makes sense. And if we look at Hebrew, I think it has any of them that have Arabic. Arabic is a possible script as well. Let's try it, Codex. I was under the impression that nullish coalescing doesn't work for undefined. But what's nice is we should be able to rerun our seeds. It wipes the database out and then repopulates the database because of this this truncate right here. Okay, cool. Good to know. For whatever reason, I was doing some testing and for whatever reason, I don't know, maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I thought undefined wouldn't give us null. Shouldn't this table tell us if the language is left to right or right to left? That would be great. Let's put it in. The reason, Oscar, is because some of them only have 2, and then when script is there, it's the second one instead of the third one. That's the main issue. Script is in the middle for whatever reason. Command name be set to null if the string is empty. Or common name? Yes. Good call. We'll also nullish coalesce that as well. I think in our schema, common name is optional. So country code, script, and common name are all optional. Country code, name, and then script. I have a script without a country, so this won't work. Oh, you're totally right. Man, you're totally right. So like this is one example of it. Yeah, you're totally right. Is the country code always 2 characters? If that's the case, we can use that. They default to null. They do. I guess you're totally right. So if I pass them in as undefined, then they'll default to null. Okay, so we can now, we know that the country code is 2 characters. So let's take that into account. Update the code that's scraped from this website. What do you mean? Like if we change the JSON file, what would we change about the JSON file though? But here's what we can do. Okay, so we grab the country code. If country code dot length is greater than 2, then it's not actually the country code. Also, why isn't TypeScript yelling about this right here? String or null. Interesting. TypeScript doesn't infer the possible null type with nullish coalescing. I wonder what that is about. Yeah, that's what I was worried about, the length of null. But if I do this, now TypeScript's like, hey, that's possibly null. You need to do that. That's so weird. Maybe there's a reason behind that, but I'm going to go back to this because I want it to be a string or null. But if country code exists and the length is greater than 2, then that means it wasn't the country code. It was the script. Okay. What this should fix is when we come across it might be a setting. You're probably right. This Uzbek Cyrillic. There is no country code, only script. That's what this should fix. I think I did that right. And that should be an else if, because if there is no country code, then there's, yeah, okay, this is it. This is the one. Fourth time's the charm. Now, for instance, if we look at Uzbek, yeah, you're probably right. 001 is not in the ISO spec. We'll look into that in a second. But yeah, this worked, right? So all of the, oh, no, we broke it. You broke it. Actually, I didn't want this to be an else if. This is the default Oh My Zish theme. Robbie Russell or something like that. And then I have some user settings to set the main color.
Hey, I hadn't coins previous stream, now I have a bit.
Thank you, Stas. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the $5. You really didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. All right, this should fix it. So like FFSN, that's the country code. FI, no country code, no script. Here, so this fixed it. So language code PA, Punjabi, country code none, script Arabic. Yeah, that did it. All right. Someone mentioned though English-001. Look at all these different versions of English. Yeah, okay, so English with no country code and no script. English 001, that's not the script. I think you're totally right. It's okay. And so let me know, Stony, what is the bug here? This, are you talking about this bug right here, or is there another bug? There's a country with more than 2 characters? There shouldn't be, because it's the ISO country code. POSIX. Yeah, that's what Vive is saying. The heck is this? I'm just gonna remove that from the JSON file. That's all I'm gonna do. Like what? Yeah, come on, get out of here. When would that ever be the case? Right? Yeah, I think at this point we just delete the data that doesn't make sense. Also, what is this 419? Yeah, we're still doing locales, but we're closer though. We have them in our database. This is actually the first data beside users in our database, which is fine. Um, yeah. Really curious what uh the 001 means. Yeah, so we do have ES419, so Spanish. Look at Spanish. 419. We also have English 150 and 1001. Okay, how about this? If the script is a number, then it's a continent. Spanish appropriate for the Latin America and Caribbean region. Yeah, we're ultimately working on locales at this point because we were working on the settings table. I don't know. But then Ian, yeah, Ian 001 is not even there, which is world. But is, yeah, 001 isn't anywhere on this page. 150? Look at the second if. The thing is, I think I want it to. Because when I did else if, yeah. Oh no, wait, no worries, TJ, Mr. P. I mean, there's I think the last thing we need to do is right here after all of this parsing. if the and I don't ever think I don't ever think the 001 shows up as a country code. I mean, let's sort it to really know. Yeah, I think it's only ever like the 001 only ever shows up for script. So what we can do is if is nan is not nan script, then we'll set it. I guess we'll set it as the country code, or we delete it. Let's delete it. Okay, we'll delete it. So let's just do a filter after this map. This gives us the locale, and we want locale. That script is nan. Now this is going to complain because it's like, don't use the global one, but I really do want to do that. I think I have to do number is nan, and then I have to parse this as a number like this. I think okay. I'm like confused. This is why I want this. Because this will parse that. If it's a number, I want is nan. Is nan. Okay, let me run this really quick. This is what I wanted. Now, there will not be any. Oh, it got rid of all of them? How many did that get rid of? All out of them. What's the right parsing that I want to do here? So if it's not null and it's not nan when you parse it. Script can be null though. Is this what I just had? That's what I want. Okay. This is it. Just let it be. We're not using the script column. You're probably right. I think that's gonna help with like right to left and left to right though. This didn't work. This did not work because the script. Let's just test this really quick because is nan on a string 001 returns false. Is nan of null returns false. Is nan of that returns true. This is the issue. Is nan of null is returning false. Honestly, check it. These are the only numbers that we have to care about. 001, 150, and 419. So I'm just going to do a straight check of those. Codes. Delete them from the JSON. That's probably a better idea too. I like that. 150. There's only one. and then 419, which is Spanish, Latin America. Okay, we'll add a note that we removed those. Manually removed 001, 150, and 419 locales. Good riddance. What was the other thing we removed? Does anybody remember? Oh yeah, we removed manually removed POSIX English. Right, great. All right, this is it. Last one. I hope. I don't know. There might be other bugs, but now we're good to go. These are all the scripted languages. I'm pretty happy with this. If you noticed a bug, first try of the day. If you notice a bug, please open an issue or open a pull request. And we're good to go. Without country is fine because I think some people might not have the country set. They just have the language set. Cool. All right, let's call that a win. What's up, the Shibas? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, I will delete that thing we're not using anymore. Cool. We also updated our initial script. Thank you. Thank you, the Shibas. Thank you for the 2 gifted. We're on our way. At this point, we have a settings table. Now, let's commit, push the code up. And the next thing we need is when the new user gets created, insert a row into the settings table if they have not yet. Now we begin with the actual user onboarding flow 3.5 hours later. Let's double check what we're going to be adding here. We're adding, being too productive here. We added TS, that's wrong. TS node is still a dev dependency. That's got to be wrong. Oh, and then TSX isn't in there? EK09, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. I swear we did that earlier. Oh well, that's the change we need because we added TSX as a dev dependency, so that way we can run the Prisma seed file. Cool. All right, tsconfig, we just are looking at files in the Prisma folder. We updated our user table to have settings. We added user settings and locale. Our initial migration got updated. We wrote our seeds. We seeded the locales. We have the locales in a JSON file. We updated the avatar. Honestly, this should be a separate commit. We'll put that in a separate commit. All right. Add user settings and locales. Oh, I forgot. It's going to run type check. It's going to run our linter. And if we're good, which we're not, then I guess we are good, but we just had a warning. No console statement. That's fine. I actually kind of want to I want to eslint ignore that. GSS is git status. Nick, Thanks for the bits. Appreciate you. Also, I mean, I'm gonna add a to-do here too. To-do. Use logging library. And then we will disable that. But I don't want to commit. Nav trail. We're in a hype train? Ah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. If you have a Prime sub available, I sure would appreciate if you used it on me. If you're not familiar with what that is and you have Amazon Prime, click that link. You can link Amazon Prime to your Twitch account, and then you get a free sub for anyone. But if you want to use it on me, that'd be great. This is what did I not pull from main? Do I do my to-dos? Yeah. I mean, we try to. We'll probably have a stream dedicated to like tech debt and to-dos. All right. We're going to push this up to a branch. And then we'll merge it in. That was an adventure, wasn't it? And we haven't done anything with user onboarding. Woof, woof. All right. Honestly, before we make the PR, let's merge the changes that Limo's made. I like this. I like this. And Bad Twin, thank you for the bits as well. Very much appreciated. Okay, so that got merged in. That also should close this issue. And Nick, thank you. A lot of bits today. I appreciate you, everybody. Thank you. Great. Now that that's there, when I open an issue, cool. This is a feature. I'm not going to fill the rest of this out. I don't feel like this is my PR that I'm going to merge immediately. We can see everything that changed. We've got that. We've got that. And Late Key, thank you for the bits. Have some bits for me as well. Happy locales. And Moshiko with the bits too. So many bits. Thank you for the bits, everybody. And Arpats with the gift as well. People are going crazy. I do appreciate it. Wow, we're doing good on membership. We're already at 614. Oh, I got a new GitHub sponsor. Let me go thank whoever that was. Actually, this is the time to look at my server side logs because I should have gotten a webhook. I should have gotten a webhook about a new GitHub member or GitHub sponsor. And Nick, thank you for the bits. Oh no, it's not going to be easy to find. Yeah, I have a green IKEA chair. And then I'm using a blue screen instead of a green screen. Yeah, you got it. Welcome in, Narco. In a second, if you remind me, I will reveal what is happening right now. Because I'm just in a basement with a big blue sheet behind me, basically. Tail. Yeah, here we go. Or not. I'll have to look at my logs later, but and Champ, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. The new GitHub sponsor is private, but thank you. Whoever you are, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. And yeah, I'll show you what's happening in the room that I'm in right now. You're not going to be able to hear me for a second, but I do have a blue screen. Yeah, thank you for that high train. Level 2, level 2. There's a bunch of curtains sitting in the chair right there, which is I was like, that's weird. Yeah. So it's a blue screen. This is green. Why does showing that include muting myself? Now we're talking about the meta of how I run the stream. So I have several scenes where it is just the straight camera feed so that I can do different things with it. So this scene I'm going to show you is the straight camera feed with no cropping. And then I have another scene that pulls that in and crops it. So, and then on this scene, I'm pulling in the cropped version. So basically, I'm using nested scenes inside of OBS, and the reason is I want to share certain filters between different scenes. Yeah. There's a global microphone setting? I kind of don't want that because here's the other thing is over here on this scene, I set this up so you only hear me from this microphone. So that way it's not picking up from both. And then when I switch back over to this scene, it's only picking up from this microphone. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the way I have it is only certain scenes have the audio source in it. Like that other scene that didn't have this, so because I have two microphones, because I'm on two different sides of the desk. Also, I guess if for the newer people, you probably haven't seen this scene. This is what I'm dealing with. So this is microphone 1, and then you have microphone 2, which is my overhead, so I can draw and stuff like that. So all kinds of stuff going on over here. Yeah, lots of baked beans on the table too. Oh yeah, and then I mean that's another thing that you can't see. And Nick, thank you for the final bits. I do appreciate it. Oh, this is big me. But my you can't see it because it's invisible. But I also have a like a giant mouse pad that's the same blue color. So that way, if the camera accidentally picks up part of the desk, that gets chroma keyed out too. So you don't see like the edge of the desk hanging over. Asset Spark says, I can't tell if I'm right. If you have two users with the same locale and you delete one, would the locale be gone for both of them? No, just for one of them. The way the relationship should be set up is if I delete the English US locale, every user in my database that had that setting gets deleted as well. The only reason we have that is for the initial setup. Like you would never want to do that. You would never want to do that, but basically, when we have the user and we add that settings column, now they're linked. And when I reseed the database, I need to wipe that user out because it's get deleted and recreated. If that makes sense. I don't know. It should be that way anyways. Okay. I'm pretty happy with these changes. Let's at least try to get onboarding working. So essentially what happens is when I delete from the locales table, anything that had that relation as a foreign key also gets deleted. Refresh. Looks good to me. Thanks, Oscar. Is that what you meant? Is that why I refreshed? Squash. Yeah, I could key out the chair. I like having the green one though. Because it's the coding garden, you know. Yeah, no worries, Narco. Thanks for dropping in. now. At this point, we can actually start talking about inserting into the settings table. So we basically, it took us 2.5 hours, but we figured out what needed to exist in that settings table, and we set all of that up. Now, what we need to do is we need to tap into when a new user is created with auth.js, and we need to insert into the settings table for that user. So I think that's the last thing we're going to do. Honestly, I don't think we're even going to work on any UI today. We're just going to get that that settings row created for any new user and then redirect them to the correct page accordingly. So that's the plan. Let's do it. I mean, there'll be a little bit of UI because we're going to do some redirects, but let's check out auth.js. I think there's a way to tap into like new user created or something like that. Because when a new user is created, register an event for create user. That's what we want. That's what we want. And we will move to a new branch as well. So let's check out main and pull from main. And then I'm honestly just going to commit this really quick. This is a fix to the nav trail. Fix user avatar. Missing. UI, please. Well, we have to set it up in the data layer first. Okay. Oh, yeah, I mean, we could do that, but I like to have green stuff on screen. I think that's the main reason I use a blue screen is I used to have like a plant that was visible on the screen. Some of my shirts have green on them, which is why I don't chroma out the green. Svelte is also a front-end framework. We're specifically using Svelte Kit, which is back-end and a little bit, and can be front-end, but Svelte Kit is more comparable to like Next.js. Svelte is to Svelte Kit as React is to Next.js. There's your comparison. Thank you, Kubashiro. You are very helpful. Reference, configuration. I guess I'll click your link. I was gonna try to find it. Yeah, you're totally right. But these are also, this plants is an overlay. They can be green all they want. Okay, where do we pass events into? Specify a handler for these events below. Let's see if we get type completion. So if we go over to our auth.js setup, which is going to be right here, I think we have events. We do. So events is an object, and then I can specify create user message. User created. Like this. Now, unfortunately, oh no, it does have it. Message.user. Great. And then message.user is just an object of type user. At this point, we would potentially use Prisma there. CUID is collision safe. It is a collision tolerant unique ID. That's what CUID means. I might have misspoken in the video, but CUID is collision resistant. And then specifically what I said in the video was, if it's the most recent one, instead of using CUIDs, we're using UUIDs in Postgres, which are ultimately they have a similar function, but CUID is a library function of Prisma, meaning we would be running application code when inserting new stuff, versus generating that UUID in the database. That's the main difference between this and a CUID. But they're both collision tolerant, collision resistant. Okay. Let's just code it up. I guess we're gonna assume that this actually works. And I think one more thing I want to do before this is check on Barry to see if Barry made some updates. Yeah, so they changed it. Create the instance, export the instance. Um, import it. Beautiful. Yeah, this is great. Thank you, Barry. Thank you for updating this. I'll merge this in because at that point we have a shared Prisma client that we can use in multiple places. Technically, we should run the linter, but I'm gonna be working in this file anyway, so I'm just gonna assume that the code is good. I think it's a should be anyways. Let's let's go back and then just pull from main. Let's double check. I think it is the default export. Because now we have db. Yeah, easy. I'm gonna rename this to Prisma client though. And actually, I'm not even gonna rename it to anything. I'm just gonna export the default without the variable. Easy. That's literally all we need. Anywhere that imports from here gets the default client. And then I am actually going to rename this to Prisma client. I just have fallen into that pattern. But what's nice about that, I'm going to check out a branch. Onboarding flow. Yes, new branch. We're on a new branch. Now we can do this events thing. We'll have our create user, grabs the message. And then we can do, we can use our Prisma client directly. So we can do Prisma client dot user settings dot create. And we should be able to pass in like user ID, no, data. And then we pass the data in here. So simple user ID is going to be message.user.id, like that. And then we have to specify all the defaults. So, dang, we have to specify the locale. We will just default to English. I mean, the tricky, I guess not the tricky part is, it would be really nice if this was a middleware, because then I would have access to the header, so I would know what the locale is. I mean, this isn't auth flow. This is the user has been created, so now we create their settings. Locales and locals, it is, but how do we get access to locals right here? This would be perfect, not perfect, but if we could wrap this, then we would get access to locals, because we technically do, because it gets set on the previous one. But now this is like a it's like a wrapper, so I don't get direct access to like event and like event.locals. I don't think we can inside of here. I think we're gonna have to wrap this. I don't know if you meant to send that here, Mike the tree climber. You maybe typed in the wrong box. But here's the thing. This returns a handler, but we could invoke the handler with our own handler. So check it. Something like this. And then we evoke that with, what would this be called? Event. Well, yeah, I guess it is just event. This whole thing is event. Does he get, do multiple args get passed in here? Okay, but by doing that, now we can say event equals args at 0. And then event has the right typing, because now we can do event.locale locals.locale. So here's what we do. We say the locale is going to be Prisma client dot. That's horrible. I mean, it's kind of how we have to do it, because otherwise the SvelteKit auth wrapper doesn't have access to the locals, at least as far as I can tell. So we need to look this up by ID. So we need to find first where the ID is that. And this will potentially be null if it wasn't found. So the locale ID is going to be locale.id, or we default to English US. That's it. Like that. Cool. And I think is that all the settings we need? Find unique. I like that. Will that be more? I mean, yeah, it should be fine. Should be fine. What other user settings do we have? Color schema, onboarded, user, and then onboarded is defaulting to false, right? Yeah, so onboarded should be false, which means they're going to get redirected like in a middleware. All right, this is it. This is the code, and it's going to work first try. We log in with Google. This function runs it because the user just got created. We then look up the locale. We set it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a prediction. Will this work on the first try? I don't think it has to read the whole table. Honestly, it's the index, so find first is gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Color scheme, did we default to? Yeah, we default to the system color scheme. So whatever it is, we just use it. All right, let's do a prediction. Ooh, it knows. Will it work first try? Yes? No. Will it work first try with no errors? You have 30 seconds to predict. I'm gonna go ahead and dismiss this. Zero errors. The data gets put into the database. We can open up Prisma Studio. We will see an entry for settings. That works. That would mean that it works. If there's any errors or we don't end up with a settings object, then it didn't work. All right. Find unique can only be used with unique fields in the database. Cool. Yeah, yeah. So I mean that ID is technically unique already. All right. We've got our logs. Moment of truth. Sign up. This app's request is invalid. What? We've been signing in all day. What? This has nothing to do with the code that we just wrote. Why would oh, I know what it is. I went to localhost instead of 127.0.0.1. Is that it? That can't be it. We started it up on the wrong port. That's the issue. We're on the wrong port. It's 5173. Wrong port. Wrong port. That's it. That's all. And I should be able to look at the logs over here. Okay. Okay, at this point, our code isn't touched, but what will happen, and actually we can double check this in Prisma Studio. There shouldn't be any users in our database yet. So we have a bunch of locales, but there are no users in our database. So this auth flow will insert a user into the database. Dang, it broke. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading find first. Easy, easy. Okay, line 47. Event.locals.locale. Yeah, it didn't work. Easy. All right, I'll pay out the prediction. Now we're gonna debug it. Did it work? No. Sorry, everybody. No, so locals is this. Let's just do some debugging here. This should, I think this will run on every request. Yeah, so locals or locale. Locals is an object that has a locale property that is set to en. So this would have been good. This would have been fine. Prisma client.locale is undefined. Oh, you know what? I think we just need to restart our dev server. Honestly, let's restart our dev server without changing anything. It's possible it did not have the latest Prisma client. It was using an outdated version of that dependency. Maybe. Let's see. Let's delete this user from the database. Delete. So that cascaded. There's no user, there's no account, there's no anything else. All right, let's try again. It would have worked. Yeah, it would have worked. Dang it. But look at this. Now we have a user, and we have a user setting that gets tied back to the user. I'm sorry. Well, look, I guess technically I said, will it work as is with no errors? I mean, I know it feels like a scam because it is a scam. It was a scam. because I just needed to restart my browser. But here, okay, I mean, it's yeah, you know, like it didn't work because I didn't restart. But when I did, it did work first try, so that's pretty slick. Completely fair and true. It's part of the experience. Yeah, so nobody told me that I needed to restart the dev server. So that's on you. 80%. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Arpats. I'm so sorry. Okay. Now. Here's the thing. If I would have just if I wouldn't have told you that that was the issue, everyone would have been all right with it. But yeah. Try it with a browser set to a different language. That would mean that I would have to log into a Google account. Let's do this. Let me set my Firefox locale to be Spanish. Esperanto? Español, el zorro de fuego. I'm going to do Spanish Argentina. And it's the first one. So check it out. Now in my browser settings, Spanish AR is going to be the default. So if I log out as this user and then I sign in as the cjreynolds@gmail.com, this one, its locale should be in the database should be ESAR. Let's check. Fresh. However, why did it do ES instead of ES? Oh, I guess it depends on what the server sent, right? So, I'm sorry, what the browser sent. If I look at the network request, now that my language is set to Espanol, we can see the accept language request header. Yeah, so it's ES-AR. You know what it is? And we didn't even think about this. The locale detector that's built into TypeSafe i18in, it seems to throw away the country code. So, yeah. I mean, I guess technically, yeah. I think you're probably right. There's probably an option here. No. We need to figure this out because we want to hold on to that. Maybe it's that locale doesn't include the country code. Is that it, Farshid? Have you used this library before? Oh, that's probably it, right, Lake Key? Yeah, you're totally right. It maps it back to the locales that we actually support. Because we only have an ES directory here, it mapped it to that. Let's confirm that. Let's actually do ES-AR. And let's double check. So let's delete. I mean, honestly, we'll just delete all the users from the database. But and to Acid Spark's question earlier, see, we deleted those users. Our locales still exist. These locales still exist. Well, we deleted our user settings. Now we can delete our users. But if we were to go delete like the English locale, it technically would have deleted the users. Okay. let's see if this detects es-ar now. Yes. Okay, so that is good to know. Basically, the locale detector also determines what languages we actually support, and because we only supported Espanol and not Espanol Argentina, it defaulted to Espanol. Easy. Easy. All right, I'm going to delete this for now. I don't want a bunch of new languages popping up here. Love to see it. But one of the things is, and Bad Twin, thank you for the bits. Says nice fallback. Yeah, so that's built into the library, which is pretty slick. 4 hours later. But here's the thing. We wanted to detect the locale from the user setting. That would actually mean that we need one more middleware or one more handler after this, that if the user setting has a value, then we use that instead. But we'll do that later. We'll handle that later. Okay, so this is step 1. We created the settings object. Now, when we get the redirect, we determine where we take the user. So what I also want to do is the user that's returned from auth.js, I want to include the settings object on the user. And I think there's potentially a way to do that with Prisma, the Prisma adapter. Like, I think I can modify the query used to get the user back, or like the default query, maybe? Possibly? Yeah. So I know Israrazel Wazel is asking. Check it on the repo. So if you look in the contributing guide, it should have everything you need. So the contributing guide now has this section on where to go find your client ID and client secret. So definitely check this out. Naming conventions. So what I want now is the user that gets set by SvelteKit. And basically it has a middleware that's setting the session user. Possibly Oscar, but I don't know how they would do it. Because you're passing in options here. Really, I think what you need was probably potentially like a second argument that is the handler, where you can do custom stuff. But then if the argument is there, then you wouldn't have a way of doing it in here. This is kind of the only way to do this. Right? Right. Okay, the session table, let's see. I actually don't even know what they put in there. So session ID, session token, user ID, whenever it expires. That's it. So I think this session token value is stored in the cookie, and that's how we look up to find the user ID, and then we look up the user from there to attach to the incoming request. Let's delete our users though. Those wasted UUIDs. Set the settings in the sign in event. Well, I guess actually, oh, okay, I see what you mean. Honestly, will this give us back? So we could say settings equals this, and then message.user.settings equals settings. Are we allowed to overwrite it like this? So we're working in a framework called SvelteKit, which is Right now, you're looking at TypeScript code. Um, so would I have to do it in both places? So async sign in. We get the message. And then in this case, we would do a lookup. We can ignore this for now. Just say user sign in and show that we got the settings. Now, like the issue is the type isn't flowing through, so we might have to, I don't know how we're gonna change the type, but what I want this to do is now that settings is on the user object inside of our specific routes that are getting access to session.user, I want this to now show a settings property. So that way I can access the settings inside of the page and also inside of a middleware to do like a redirect. But let's see if this runs and works. So we'll attempt to sign in. Yeah. So we're able to grab the settings on sign in. If I refresh the page, is that considered a sign in? It's not. Yeah, so because we have the on delete cascade, whenever we remove the user, it deletes the settings that are associated with it. All right. Yeah, and that's what I was wondering if we could modify. Basically, I want to modify the user query to just have settings on it when it queries the database for that user. And I don't know if we can do that. We also have the session event. This is the one that I care about because I basically need it to be there on every like this. Yeah, and it's still complaining about that type, but this should run on every request. Ultimately, if we could just include it in the user query, that would be ideal. I mean, if we go take a look at how the Prisma adapter is implemented, we can literally see where it does that. Does that query? Let's check it out. Is it core adapters? Lost me at Prisma adapter. Did I import it from NextAuth? I did. Okay, so it's just here, adapter Prisma. I mean, we could write our own adapter because here it is. Here's the thing: get user, and then it's doing find unique. We want to include settings in this. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna need to do. Basically, I mean, and there a couple streams back, I was talking about like how we could basically overwrite this thing. It's like it doesn't support uh, changing very much. um, but really, I think get user is the only one we need to modify. Did not want that. But the Prisma adapter doesn't have an extend, so check this out. I don't even want to do this session thing because when we get the user, it'll include it. Yeah, so we need to override those three. Ideally, they would update this to be extendable, right, and overridable, but they haven't. So here's what we got to do. We'll create the adapter like this, and then that returns an object. So adapter dot create user, we want to override with our own little function like this. And at this point, we can actually use the Prisma client that we have. So Prisma client.user find unique ID. Why is this complaining? Async. Oh, you're right. Get user. Okay. Thank you. Include settings. True. Something like this. Yeah, I have a feeling this will just work though. So there's multiple that need to be overridden. Yeah, that's why it would be nice to pass in like a default user query. Get user by email, get session and user. All of these need to be overridden. We could just try overriding one of them. And then we can look at the session user. Let's see. Yeah, so right now this is the session user, but I also want this with a settings property. So let's see if the override that I made. Let's log out. WebSockets? It's probably getting by ID at this point. I guess we need to we need to update all of these. Get user by account. I just want, yeah, I think I just want to overwrite the one that's being called here. Why would I even bother? Because there's so much more it handles than just this. Like, I think this is one small price to pay for the override. Awaitable user ID or null. Pick adapt. Okay. Find account, select user true. Include user settings. How do I include a nested property on the query? So we're querying account. We're including or selecting the user. Is it possible to select user settings? We could do a separate query, but I think Prisma has a way to do this. Combine, select, and include. Please either choose select or include. Okay. Use the extends to create an extended client. In your extend structure, use the appropriate extension component or components. For example, the following code uses a model extension component to extend the user model. I don't know what I'm looking at. Nobody knows. I guess what you're saying is I could create an extension that modifies the query and then pass that in. Yeah. I think you're right, Kubajiro. Like basically these functions need to have the include. If they're not going to have the include, then we just need to have a separate lookup. And really, we just create our own database adapter. And I think creating our own database adapter would inform the type, right? The type on the session, because right now the session user only has these three properties. Like how and where would I define the type of this user to also have like the settings property and any extended things. I mean, is it just that the types flow through? So if I re-implement this, yeah. All right. What if, what if I create a, no, watch me. I think it's, I'm hoping this works with the types. Let's just see. Let's just see, because it for the most part, it's just going to be copy paste with a couple of modifications, right? So we do this. We fix everything. And by default, let's just use this this adapter now. So now instead of importing from here, we'll export this as default. We'll export this here. So import Prisma adapter from lib. Now we're using that one instead. Everything should work as is, but for example, so it's the fact that it returns this type adapter means that if this type ever changes, then we would need to fix some things. Example for modifying the user model. Thank you, Kubashiro. You're being really helpful. I appreciate it. Everyone else is just trolling. Like, stop what you're doing. Now, using custom models. We have our adapter. There's a models property that gets passed in here. Not on this one. I guess specifically the typo or M adapter allows you to pass in the model. Let's just see what we get here, though. Ultimately, this I don't know the query to do a nested include. Let's look that up. Prisma nested model select. Oh. Oh. Like this? Select or include settings. That's it. Okay. So now we're going to get back a user. We're going to get back the user with their session and the settings object. I think. Let's see. But over here, we're logging anytime we have the session. So if it has that settings object, we'll see it. We'll see it in the terminal. Okay, we figured it out. Hopefully. Let's log out and log back in. Oh, we wanted get user by account, didn't we? Oof. Okay. We're gonna have to update all of these, but now we can make this query the same. Getting session and user. So this is running. What do we get back in the user and session? We get back user, settings, is an object. So the query is working. This query is pulling back the settings correctly. But then when we make it to session here that settings property has been removed from the user. Um, mm, sometimes codex. This is the part of NextAuth that I think so. Like I've worked with other full-featured auth libraries, and they typically provide some way of modifying the query. Right now, we copy pasted the whole thing just to do a query modification. I mean, I might be tapping into the wrong thing here. What are the other events? Possible events? Um, name, email, image. Is that only on the user tape? Name, email, image. Okay, there's some piece of code that's stripping off all of the other user properties. That's what I need to find. Yeah, so yeah, that's what basically I need to tell it, hold on to the settings property, because right now it's only pulling in name, email, and image, but I also wanted to include settings. So how do we I guess whitelist might be the right term? Session callbacks? Oh, we return it instead of in the event. So in the callbacks, I see. So um, callbacks session, here we just return literally the entire user object if we want it that way. So we get session, token, and user. And we want as is, name, email, and image. That's fine. And settings, user.settings, which it doesn't know exists. I'm curious where this type comes from. User or adapter user. Um, is there a way to omit the info instead of creating a new object? Yeah, we could delete some properties from it. Oh, I see. It's actually session.user. Session.user equals this, and then we return session. Okay. That did it. Now, how do I feel about this? We got it working. But how do I feel about this? Not good. Declare the type in types TS. Okay, this. So if I want to tell NextAuth that user has a settings object, I need to override that somewhere. Where do I override that? Here. Types.d.ts. The white space in the rendering of my code is off. What do you mean? But yeah, this is the user. What's up, Mike? Welcome in. This is the user object we need to override. Module augmentation. Here we go. This is complicated. this is hard. Okay, should I create a types directory? Yeah, let's create a types directory. And we need to tell TypeScript about the types directory. Double spacing before and after? Oh, yeah, that seems very broken. Yeah, next auth.d.ts. Okay, good call. We'll rename it to that. Why would I need to import that though? And then settings is going to be user settings from Prisma client. Okay, now that we did that, I don't know about all this. Oh, I want to. Yeah, this red squiggly needs to go away. Because yeah, default session dot user. I mean, we could override the default session. Where were we? I think we had the types open earlier, didn't we? Or default. Oh no. We could override the default user type. I think I need both. So session and then also user. So user gets defined like this, but then we add the settings object on there as well. Right? Electrothermal, thank you for the resub. Yeah, feel free, Fedito. If you have a GitHub link or a GitHub gist, that's probably the best way to share some code. But yeah, I'd be happy to look at it because we're definitely going to need to do this. Because I don't want to. So there are multiple ways to go about this. The way that we're doing it right now by overriding the, honestly, by writing our own Prisma adapter, is we can update the query directly. We also, in a less efficient way, we could have a separate middleware that grabs the user settings and attaches it. But ideally, we want just to have this in the actual query that runs. So that's one part of it. The other part is letting the rest of our code base know what the user object will look like. That's pretty easy. Seems easy. So session, user, and default user. It somehow already knows where to find that type. Oh no, it's unresolved. Never mind. Import the type on top of the file. I don't know what you mean, terawatt. But here's my suspicion: is it's actually this is not in next auth. This is in yeah, it's in auth core. That's the issue. These types are defined not in next auth, but in auth core. Right? You see, so this is coming from the auth core types.d.ts. So would this actually be auth/core like this? In the docs page here. Ultimately, I need this for auth.js. Let's see if because we're on the next auth docs. I need we need to find the same section over here. TypeScript. Yeah, I mean this is overriding it in the same place in next auth. Here's the thing: when I go to this type definition, it should resolve to these types right here. Well, I mean I changed it to do this instead, but that's how we would know that this override is working, right? Like it gives us the resolved types there. Default session at user instead of default user. I see. Oh, but this would be here. Yeah, welcome in, programmer Jeff. I'm yeah, so that's there. Okay. Session user settings default session user. No worries, the Sun Absolute. I think we're on the right track, but I think technically we have to override a different module. I just don't know what that is, and I think it's the cause see, this is next auth core types, but this resolves to, let's go to this type, auth core types. Um, that's what we want. So we're pulling in default session from auth core types. Oh, and then I think that actually is the thing that we want to override then. Right? I think we can name this anything we want. I think as long as TypeScript is picking up this .d.ts file, then we should be getting that type definition. Yeah, we'd be done if this was Ruby on Rails. Maybe, maybe. Let me reload all of VS Code just to make sure all the TypeScript stuff is working. Come on. Settings does not exist on type. And if we look at the type, it is, okay, no, it's not default session, so it is session. That. It does resolve to that. And then if we look at this session, do we go, yeah, it's the same one. So this is really this is the TypeScript thing. I just don't know how to do this in TypeScript. It's the original session and the original default session. Because we're now overwriting the type in here, but this is not picking that up. So this is just a TypeScript issue in terms of how do I tell TypeScript that I want to override this type. I think I'm doing the right thing. Is that the right module? That's my question. Ultimately, that's my question. Oh no, see, the thing is when I resolve it, it resolves here. Which is not good. I think technically I want to override types. well, that goes here. Yeah, so if I comment this one out, this is where the original one is. So it's auth core types.d.ts. I don't see a namespace defined in here. Basically, I want to override the session type that's defined in here. So this, I want to override this with my own TypeScript definition. Couldn't hurt. Couldn't hurt. But that's why I wanted to see where this type was from. Yeah, auth core types. So as you can see, this is imported from here. So what is the TypeScript way of overriding this session interface or session type? Well, I need to override both. I guess, I mean, you might be right, because if we look at default session, it has a user property. But no, yeah, see, they're not even using the user type here. They have it explicitly defined out. So we need to override this, and we need to override the user here. So we technically need to do both. But moving extents. And then the other thing we want to override is user. So this would be well, how do we define? Technically, it's an interface. Okay. And we specify all this. I mean, for now, I'm going to manually put it in. And this. Yeah, I think, I mean, I think that, and actually this should be auth core types, right? Ultimately, sure, that is one solution, but the whole reason I care about this is because in my other components that actually access the session, like this, I want to be able to say session.user.settings. Right now, user just resolves to that type, but I want to get it to resolve to this type. I um I think the other thing is we can just put all the properties in here. Like Override. Okay, yeah. So we were looking at this documentation. I think that's the main issue is this is next auth. We're specifically using auth.js, which is coming from core. Because even in the auth.js docs, they haven't been updated yet. They're telling us to override next auth. Like the fact that the type of this thing right here resolves to auth core types.d.ts tells me that that's what we need to override, which is this. Override module? Is there another thing? Override. Oh, there you go. And my comment misspelled it. Yeah. Ultimately, this should be it. This is what I want to do. I'm gonna run to the restroom for a second, but now, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing? What's up, Ollie? Thanks for being here. Is this possible? I should probably search the GitHub issues on auth.js to see if anybody has done this. Hey, oh, you know that's totally it, isn't it, Ollie? Because it's in here. It's nested. Oh, this is it. This is it. Thank you, Ollie. Oh man, that was it. Let's go. Let's go. There's an open issue about it. Okay, that's the thing. I should have just searched GitHub. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, feel free to link. Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, it feels like we were working on that. We were probably working on that for like 30 minutes. So, yeah, I'm gonna give you a big old cookie, Ollie. Oh, my browser's in Spanish now. Regular e un espectador específico. Is that you? I think I did it. My browser's in Spanish right now because we're working on localization. So I had to go through the whole gift checkout in Spanish. But yeah, thank you, Ollie. Thank you very much for that. We were close. We were very close. Beautiful. But what that means is now, I don't have to be as manual in all of my type declarations. So here we can import. No. You deserve it, dude. I mean, I guess. What are you gonna do with a coding garden? Coding garden gifted sub, but yeah, I really do appreciate it. But now we can be cool about this. So now we can import from here. So yeah, so session as OG session, and then we can extend that, and then this can be OG session at user like that, and then that way all we have to do is specify that, and then we don't even need to specify that. This is the way. This is the way. And then user as OG user. We extend it, and then only overwrite those. Clean. Yeah. So I guess once it's patched, then we only need to override from there. Is that accurate? But let's check this out. Yep. Yeah, their docs need to be updated too, because on the auth.js website, it still references next auth. So cool. I'm gonna link this issue as well. To do update when they fix this. Okay. Beautiful. But look at this, everybody. Now that Ollie has fixed our problem, when we are in a component, if we look at the user object, it has, oh, wait, why is that in the any type? It shouldn't be the any type. Come on. The user type has, it has the any type. No! Let's see. Oh, you're right. Okay, let's just restart everything because reopen VS Code, restart that. Well, that was quick. So it's so we've done some work. First thing was getting the database adapter to include that settings object. Now. Oh, but it's resolving to that one. Yeah, but it's the any type. I think our types are just wrong. Because OG session, oh, I think this is my issue. We need to look at the original session and then the default session. I can fix this. My blue screen moved? That's possible. So like if we look at default session. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This now needs to be default session, not OG session. I thought overwriting it would have it. Yeah. Beautiful. That's it. Next to my right. Oh yeah, that's been happening all day. I just don't I don't have good lighting on that. Cool. And then the other thing is over here, user has a settings object, and then on sign in, this should have a settings object as well. Message.user.settings. Great. And now it should work over here too. Nice. That's it. Okay, what do we do with this information? We clean things up. So yeah, I think we still need to do this because the settings are getting put onto the session, which is what we want. So that's fine. The other thing we need to do before we leave the code the way it is we need to finish updating our custom Prisma adapter. Basically, everywhere we query for the user, we need to also include the settings. Delete the branch we're working on. So we have this here, get user by account, get user. We also want to include settings. Get user by email. We also want to include settings. Get user by account, we're including settings. Update user, link account, unlink account, get session and user. I think these are all the things that we need to override. It really doesn't like the return values here. Like all the typings are wrong. Ultimately, we were trying to override the database adapter so that any query for a user includes this nested property that we added. And so I think this is kind of the only way to do it, where we basically just copy pasted the code for the adapter. And Bogdanovich, it's been a while. Welcome in. What's up? Yeah. You created the adapter? Like what I just did? I mean, if you want to publish it, I could npm install it. Is that what you mean, Kubajiro? A proper one that lets us pass in a custom query, because that would be awesome, right? Like the ideal developer experience is to be able to say, adapter here is, I don't know, Prisma adapter. You pass in the client, you pass in, I don't know, user query, something like this. Like to be able to just pass this in and then under the hood, it takes it into account everywhere that it's used. Yeah. But yeah, Kubajiro, if you want to link me, maybe link me the GitHub repo, and then if we like it, then like publish to npm and I'll use it. Yeah, I think the issue with making a PR to the current one is like so much code is already dependent on it. I guess you could make it optional. Yeah. Well, I didn't know what I didn't know, Oscar. Like, I didn't know that we would need to be doing this. Awaitable adapter user. Yeah, it's gonna take time. Ultimately, I think what we've done so far is good. Except for this one file. To do, make sure every user query that requires it is updated. To do, possibly use Kubijiro's library. All right. I'm gonna leave that as is for now. And also, yeah, I think I still need to override this. Let's see how you did it. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, so you basically just spread the existing one, so we only have to override the ones that we want to. Forward. Thank you for the 3 months. Much appreciated. I like it. What do you think, Kubajiro? Do you want to publish this, or are you okay with me just copy pasting what you have here? I think the one major improvement on mine is that I'm not overwriting everything. I'm only overwriting the stuff that I need to. Right, like, just take it. Let's just take it. we're gonna steal this right out of here. Beganovich, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. We need the original Prisma adapter. I don't even know where that's at. Adapters. Prisma? Thanks. Okay, these still complain. So I think we're gonna have to TS ignore these for now. But otherwise it should work. Yeah, no errors, everything good. Import the types. I guess I need to copy all of your imports. It still complains, and I think it's because of the way the adapter type is defined. Like technically get user is a promise with type user and user settings. I guess to get the types working correctly, we need to override the user type here too. I think we do. Yeah, I think we need to override it in both places. So we also, not only do we do this here, we also do this on next auth. I think. Oh, but then we don't extend OG user anymore. I don't know. It's okay. I'm just gonna TS ignore it for now. Do fix TS ignores. You can throw it in the Discord. We have a stream suggestions channel, I think it's called. So yeah, you can do that. All right, thank you, Kubajiro. This should work for now. I think ultimately, I think we need an adapter that lets the user pass this query in, right? Because this is gonna change in every project. So yeah, okay. Right now, all I want to do, the last thing I want to do is when the user logs in, I want to redirect them based on if they've completed onboarding or not. Last thing, and then I'm out of here. I'm out of here. So what should happen is when we are about to load the home page, I think. Features, sort of. Sort of. So See, because this is going to grab the session. And then in here, we could do something like if, hey, buddy, you didn't complete your onboarding. I think this is where we want to do this, because this is the layout runs for every single page load. So we will do something like this. Let's grab the session. Wait, can I redirect in layout server? Because I want to do something like ifs bad twin. Thank you for the bits, who says, for the accomplishment. I mean, it took us a while, but we got there, and I appreciate the bits. Definitely do. Throw a redirect. Let's do it. So if session.user.settings.onboarded is false, then redirect to the onboarded page, or to the onboarding page. Throw redirect. Expected an error object to be thrown. Fascinating. Here's the thing, though. If we redirect back to onboarding, and I guess also if the current path is not equal to 303, 302, 303. It's status and then location. But we also need to double check here. So if the current path is not onboarding, but how do we find the path? Yeah, let's just look at the docs. Look at the docs. Yeah, so they throw redirect directly. But now I need to get access to what the current path is. What else do we have access into here? Is it just locals? Request. URL. Thank you. And URL is a string. ToString. It's not equal onboarding. Redirect to onboarding. And then we can do this. URL.pathname is not equal onboarding. No! URL is the full URL. Okay. So I think we do want path name then. In the path name, would that have a slash in it? Let's just log it. Also, it's probably just working. But the app isn't started. It worked. That's it. That's it. I don't think it's a hack because if you look in the SvelteKit docs, they tell you to do this. eslint is complaining because it doesn't know that redirect actually returns an error object. Yeah. So we've done it. So even if we try to go back to the homepage, it keeps redirecting us back to onboarding. And then we can log out. I guess we would probably have some. We want some sort of route guard on like onboarding and some other things as well. For those, we probably just want like a custom middleware. Like you shouldn't even be able to get to this if you don't have a user session. I guess you're right, Terawatt. Like technically you don't have to throw it. So maybe this isn't an error object. We just needed to let eslint know that we're allowed to do this. Wait. If session.user and all of this stuff. Right? So if the user is logged in and we haven't onboarded, great. This should now work though. So if I sign in, when I get redirected back, it should take me immediately to the onboarding page, and it does. That's beautiful, beautiful. What I also want though is I need some kind of middleware. Oh, a good call. Event.route. Cool. So because then we can get some TypeScript help. But if I log out, I need to redirect from the onboarding page, and so I think that's going to be just a middleware in here. But let's do that. So you route, cool. Route.id, and then this should, yeah, this errors out if there's not a if this is not a valid path in my app. And our type completion, because we only have 2 routes / and onboarding, so that's good. Thank you for that, Kubashiro. Yeah, the main benefit here is type completion, right? Because if I put a path in here that doesn't exist, TypeScript's gonna yell at me, which is slick. Cool. Yeah. Okay. So what's the best way to do this? I essentially want, I think honestly what I want is a hooks in the onboarding folder that redirects if there is no user session. Does that make sense? But I guess if I'm gonna have multiple pages, then that's what I was thinking of, was like a middleware for everything. But there's probably only going to be one page here, so this is fine. This is fine because now we know that this page.server.ts is going to run on the server. This one. And have it in global. I think that's kind of what I wanted to avoid, because like we technically could do it over here too, right? So we could say if the path, after setting the session, we could add another little handler right here. And if the path is onboarding and you don't have a session, then redirect. Yeah, I like that better because then we can have that at the top level. Let's do that. Let's do this. So in our main, basically these are our middlewares that run everywhere. So something like protected handle, and then something like if event dot locals dot, oh, the session doesn't exist yet. We want to set that. Honestly, I think the session can already exist at this point. I think that's potentially a better way to do this. Like we can set the session in our SvelteKit middleware. And then we can just do locals.session. Right? I think this makes sense. Check it. What's up, Q-tip codes? Welcome in. Watch. We're almost there, but watch. So first of all, we can update our locals types to say that session will be of type session. Here. Like that. So now locals knows that session is, well, it should. But because in here we're setting the session, we can also set it right here. So we can do event dot locals dot session is this session that we're setting on the request. Let's restart the language server because it should exist now that we put it here. Let's reload the whole window. Isn't there a svelte git sync? It isn't picking up my type anymore. npm run dev. Let's see. What do you mean under global? Oh, that's why. That isn't ready yet. That would make sense, Ryan. I guess it depends on, I think eventually we'll be there, but okay. The app runs. Main session doesn't exist on type locals. We put it right there. Route groups seems fine. I see. So we're doing declare namespace app. What you're saying is declare global and then namespace app. The thing is, it was working before with just our locale, like our custom locale type. That was working. Cool. Cool. But now I'm importing the wrong session type. Technically, I want it's not auth core types. It's actually this one is where I want to import from. So that way it has the right settings typing on it. Settings does not exist on type session. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, you're right, because it's user. But now we can use it. So basically, this Svelte kit auth middleware is actually setting event.locals.session here, which means we can use session in any route or path after this. But what I was going to now do is, now that event.locals.session .user exists, then we'll redirect if they're trying to hit a protected route. So like protected paths will be something like onboarding. We could probably extract this type too from the generated event.id. Let's do that. That seems better. It's true, Limotes. It's true. Route ID. Route groups. Okay. Let's look at the route groups docs now. What am I looking at? You can group these directories. You can group these routes with the directory whose name is wrapped in parentheses. Then what? What does that give me? Ah, okay. And then this little handler down here gets even simpler, right? Because you could say if route.id, well, not this. So we could, route is here. What do I want? Does it not exist in hooks? Yeah, maybe it doesn't exist in hooks. It's only in layout. Or is it? Oh, you're right. Event.route. Yes. If event.locals.session is not defined and we're trying to get to a protected route, then we throw a redirect to the home page. All right, this is it. This is it. Now we include the protected handle after the authorization. And now we need to put it into route groups. So here we'll create a folder called protected. Is that how this works? And then we'll throw onboarding in there. Is that all I need? Yes. All right, now we test it. Okay, no errors in the console. If we try going to onboarding, we get redirected back. Okay, check this out. So now, if we log in, that didn't work. Maybe this code isn't running when we think it is going. Oh, because it's asynchronous. Let's see. Setting session on locals. See when this logs? And then down here, accessing locals in protected. Yeah. What's up, Epo? I mean, I don't know. Can you call me a spelt dev yet? Um I don't think so. Accessing locals in protected, but we never see the log for setting session in locals. Let's just not do that for a second. Yeah, I definitely will await the parent, but it wasn't setting the session at all. Yeah, look at that. It stopped setting the session. What did we do wrong? I'm just gonna go back a couple of steps because I have like it completely stopped running our session setting. Layout load running. Yeah, so session is undefined. That makes sense. We try to log in. Do we have a cookie? Let's even get rid of that redirect. It stopped running. Why isn't this running anymore? User undefined in the session callback. It's possible. Yeah, you're totally right. But we would have gotten some like errors like accessing property of undefined. Um, like that, and then, well, we're not creating the user anymore. We could tap into sign in. Right. Let's try that again. Sign in. So we get the sign in, but we don't get the session. This never runs. We didn't change anything. What is going on? Literally all we did was we started adding these redirects. Oh, because we're never getting the session. I see. Um, I think that's it. We stopped calling the get session function. Was it on locals? Yeah. And I think that's actually what triggers the session function. So technically what we need to do here is we need to just await event.getSession. I think that's what we were missing. This is it. I just assumed that session would run without us calling get session, but I think that's it. Or not. Oh, this isn't running anymore. We need to actually run this. But now that this calls get session, this function will run, which will set it on the session, which will exist everywhere else. Should anyways. Yeah. There we go. Oh, okay. So that's a good learning, though. You have to call get session, or NextAuth will never even set the session. Okay. All right. We got there. But now what should happen when I log out, it'll redirect back to the home page or not. And not anymore because we removed the protected routes. All right, this is it though. This is it. Protected. Here we move onboarding into that. It redirects us. Awesome. Okay, one last try. Sign in. Page isn't redirecting. I think it was redirecting back to itself. I think now we need to await parent. So we can see where setting session is running. Setting session, layout load. Okay. Now, if I log out, it redirected back to the home page. Great. And now if I sign in, setting session, layout load. Beautiful. Beautiful. Technically, I think I'm allowed to go to the home page now that I'm logged in. Or no. I think it is just going to redirect me until I finish onboarding. Okay. We've done it. Now, all I'm gonna do is when I press this button, I'm gonna set onboarding, or onboarded to true in the database, and then we won't go to this page anymore. Nice. Nice. What's up, Amario? From Morocco. Very cool. Okay. Now we're going to update this let's go button to update the user's onboarded status. And we'll be done for today. I'm honestly so exhausted. I don't even feel like doing a summary video. But we should. We should do a summary video of everything we did today. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, the Sun Absolute. And it's kind of a shame because Nuxt is really cool. Like it does, there's so much magic, which is nice. I think there's a lot of magic is missing in the JavaScript ecosystem. Yeah. Exclamation mark today. You can learn all about what we're doing here. Yeah. I think we made all right progress chart turn up. Like we still don't have any features, but we have redirecting and stuff, which is nice. All right. What do I want to do? On the onboarding page, when you click the submit button, we want to handle that submission here. How do we do that? Let's look into SvelteKit forms. Form actions. I don't do any mobile dev, no. Enhance. What we want is an action? Yeah. And Nicole'sman, welcome in. I appreciate you saying that. I realize that like I'm in the thick of the code. I'm trying to explain everything that's happening, but there's a lot going on here. So I am doing my best to explain everything that's happening. So specifically, SvelteKit has a special way of handling forms so that they are progressive. So if you look at how we set up this form, right now we have enhance. Enhance a form that would otherwise work without JavaScript. And then when we do a post request, I basically want to do some server-side processing. So when they submit this post request, I want to handle the submission. So how? I don't know. I don't know where the docs for enhancement. Okay. Use enhance. Form data action and cancel. Oh, I see. So I can do this is for client-side validation. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Yan? Welcome in. Yeah, so enhance would be for client-side validation, which is we're not exactly doing right now, so I actually can just get rid of that altogether. But when this form submission is happening, also now that we have the user session, we can use that over here and pre-fill the form. So let's grab our page store, which gives us access to page data session user. Then we can specify the value right here. And session is possibly null. Sure. And then also we will disable this. Because right now I'm not going to give them a way of updating the name. Like this. So coding garden is there. For now, we'll get rid of all of this. Welcome to listed. Let's get started. We click this button. It made a post request. Now we need to implement that. So no actions exist for this page. So this is what Ollie was talking about. We need actions. And we need to handle the post action. So page.server needs to export actions. We can do this. So in onboarding, we have a page.server that exports the actions. And we don't want the default action. I think we just want post. Right? Right? I guess we leave it as default. All actions are post. Good to know. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, with all the JavaScript, we forget how browsers actually only support get and post. Any custom method a form can't actually do. Okay, that makes sense. So we want the default one. Let's just log the event. Nice. Nice one. Where's the data though? Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely liking SvelteKit. But right now we're definitely at a time where people are evangelizing SvelteKit. Like everyone wants to use SvelteKit for sure. In a cult like, I mean, I guess people are people are like that with most stuff. I guess if I did like request.data, yeah, request.body. What's up, Bernard? That's probably what I want. Event.request.body. We can see what got posted. I mean, I don't think I even have anything in the form. Let's make sure that we do have that. Where'd my page go? Yes, we are missing a name. So the name here is name. And then we should see that right here in the body. Let's see. Null. But we basically need to parse it. Ah, form data. It's a promise. Do we get a type on this? Just a form data type. Well, that makes sense. Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. And no. First of all, let's get rid of this stuff we're not using. But we have a form. Input ID name. Name is name. And then this button submits it. That should work. It should have the value there. No worries, Ollie. I think that's the fun part of streaming is like people get to help out, you know. Name should be defined though, because I'm pre-filling it with the data. Data.get name, and it was coming back as null. Let's try one more time. It's null. It honestly doesn't matter right now. we don't have to figure this out because really all I want to do is query the database. Well, thank you, Dennis. I appreciate you calling this chill because I am freaking out with all the errors we're getting, but yeah. Form data.get values. Get all. $500 error. One argument required. Really? Oh, no, get all returns an array if your form data has multiple of them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because really all we want to do is we want to update the user settings in the database. Honestly, that's all we want to do. So let's just do that. To do later on when we're actually dealing with form data, we'll handle that. But at this point, we can do our Prisma client. We'll import, not that one. Yeah, I thought even if the field was disabled, we still have a value on it. So wouldn't the value get sent? Right? I don't know. We need our Prisma client. Where is our Prisma client? We have a db.server file, so. Wait, don't I have an alias set up? Maybe I don't. Huh, we should set up a import alias. But I want to update user settings dot update where the user ID is event.locals.session.user. I want to include the ID property on there. So, let's update our types because I absolutely want the ID on here. ID string. Great. But then now when we're pulling in that session, we can specify the ID as well. Beautiful. But what that means is now on the server side, the ID does exist. And then we want our data to be onboarded true. It's possibly undefined, but it shouldn't be. We'll just say if this doesn't exist, we need to redirect to the home page. There we go. Yeah, someone could abuse the endpoint. So if they're going to make a post request here and there is no session, we just redirect back to the home page. We don't even respond with anything. Otherwise, for now, we're just assuming that the user is onboarded. We'll add a little to do here. To do, consume form data, update initial, we'll update user profile / settings. For now, We are literally just going to make them onboarded. What that means is I do believe after we make this post request, now the underlying user settings are updated, and then it should redirect back to the home page. Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right, Beganovich. We couldn't even make a post request here because of this. Because of this. Yeah. But I still want this, like TypeScript still wants this, because if I don't have this code, TypeScript is like, hey, that could be undefined. So it's fine. It's fine. If for whatever reason we actually do make it here, great. Now, here is where the magic happens. I think because of all of the other redirects that we set up, when onboarding is now, well, is it? I think we need one more redirect then. Yeah, I guess you're right. We could we could YOLO it, like, hey, that's not going to be null, right? Like, well, that's I was like, where's my exclamation mark? Forbidden non-null assertion. Yeah, eslint's like, don't do that. It's fine. This is totally fine, because maybe somehow, some way they're going to get in here. I actually don't think our redirect is going to work yet, because if you look at our layout redirect, if the user has a if the user exists on the session, I think we need one more if statement, because if onboarded is true and we're not on the home page, redirect to the home page. I think that's one more little thing that we need here. So if onboarding is true and we're not at the home page, redirect to the home page. What this should do for us is when we submit this form, it'll just auto redirect us to the home page, because now user onboarded is set to true. Let's see. It didn't work. If we refresh the page, it redirects us back. I think technically, not technically, but we could also do the redirect in here. Redirect to the home page. I guess I don't even need to throw. At this point, I could return. Cool. But now, if I log out, we're here. No errors in the console. If I sign in, it shouldn't take us to onboarding anymore. It should just leave us on the home page, which is good. It left us on the home page. But if I go into my database and remove that onboarded property, here. So user settings. Let's actually set onboarded to false. And then Soul4, thank you for the Prime resub. Now, if I refresh, we should get redirected to onboarding. We do. And now if I click this, 500 internal server error. Yeah, okay, so it's telling me use throw instead. That's fine. Cool. But again, we go back to the database. We set this back to false. Save it. If I refresh the page, I get redirected to onboarding. If I log out and sign back in, I should get redirected to onboarding. This is what we were talking about earlier, is like if the user hasn't completed onboarding by clicking this button, we always want to redirect them back here. But now if I click this, we're onboarded, good to go. No errors in the console. And also if we try to go to onboarding, because we're already onboarded, it just redirects us back to the home page. Yeah. No, so this is Prisma Studio. So because we're using Prisma for all of our models and everything, This allows us to inspect our database. We can see all of the stuff inside of it. Now let's write tests. I gotta go. I gotta eat dinner. I gotta get out of here. Uh, I really don't have the energy to summarize everything we did today, but I probably need to. Yeah. And see you later, Ollie. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for your help earlier. I really appreciate it. And then Timon has an issue. It will be 10 times harder because then we'll have to remember everything we did. You're totally right. I don't think I can talk about. I'm going to talk about this today. I think ultimately, next Friday we could do more repo setup, like editor config, publish a Docker image, that kind of thing. All right, let's summarize everything we did. I'll go ahead and commit this. It's a doozy. Let me double check everything that changed. Let's commit it. So we added types to our TS config. We declared or updated our locals declaration to include the session. We moved our Prisma client to a dedicated file. Our hooks now do some redirecting and make sure the session is set. We had to override the Prisma adapter. We updated our layout to redirect based on the user state. We have an action for when the form is submitted. We have our onboarding page. And then we have our overridden types. Honestly, it's not that much. It's not that it felt like so much more. This took so much to do. Okay. Initial onboarding flow. Oh yeah, we got our type check and our linter check. Did we do okay? We did okay. Great. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the locales. that was another pull request, wasn't it? Oof. Oof. Do. Okay. Let me PR myself. User is redirected to onboarding page after initial sign up / login. If user.settings.onboarded is not true. All right, let's get all our ducks in a row in terms of what we did here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Essentially, I'm organizing all of my tabs so I can give a summary in the right order. We did user settings and locale. This is the first thing we did. Ooh. Um, Great. So we'll talk about that. Were there other pull requests that I want to talk about at the beginning? I guess I should. Vary with the shared Prisma instance. And then this. Next stream, probably Tuesday. I don't know for sure yet. All right. Shared Prisma instance. Ignore workspace settings. We did the user settings and locale. These are all of the files changed. We might do news on Sunday. We'll see how I'm feeling. This is where we got them from. This is how we extracted them. We then put them in our database. And then we wanted to override our session for the user onboarding flow. We wrote a custom Prisma adapter. Wow. I guess technically I want this. We did a lot. We did do a lot. We specified actions. That's going to come later though, because we also overrode this. So we updated the type based on this fix here. Then we needed to update the session to include the things we wanted. Then we were good to go, and then we did the onboarding form itself. Oh, then we also did nested layouts. Oh, this is going to be like a 20-minute review of what happened. Okay, at this point, I will show the locales. Then we need to talk about overriding the types of the session, because we wanted to include settings. So to do that, we did that. Then to include the settings, we needed to update the database adapter. So we did that. Then for our routes, we added a protected subroute. We added an action. And then, yeah, seems good. Seems good. This should be enough. Start having to pay me overtime? Yeah. I think the thing is, like, streaming for so long is difficult for people to follow, too, because, like, who wants to watch a 6-hour VOD? But yeah. Started the day with the library route. I'm not even going to talk about that. Oh, but I will talk about Oscar's PR for the drop down menu because we are using that now. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so the VODs will be on YouTube. Ultimately, the way I've been doing this is I I create a roughly 20-minute summary of everything we did in the 6-hour stream, but the 6-hour stream doesn't get edited. If that makes sense. You can check out the summaries here. I'm basically about to make one of these. So, oh no, that's not it. Listed devlogs. So for every live stream I've done so far, I've created a summary of what we did in that live stream. I'm about to create today's right now. So this is the easiest way to get caught up without watching like the whole 5-6 hour live stream for each one of these. But if you got some time to kill this weekend, all of the VODs are in this playlist. And the VODs get uploaded over to the YouTube archive. So if you sub over there, all of these VODs get uploaded there. Yeah, this is going to be a 30-minute update. It's fine, though. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. But when I come back, we're going to summarize everything we did today, and then we're going to head out. But I'll be right back. Hello, everyone. I'm back, and I'm here to summarize what we did today. Yeah, we're about to end Sockhead, but we have our own Discord too if you want to ask the question there. But I've been live for 6.5 hours, and I'm trying to get out of here. So restroom, bathroom. I don't know. I think it's an English thing. The resting room? I feel like if you look at signage in like American stores, it'll say either restroom or bathroom. They're interchangeable. Okay. I got this. I think I'll gradually pull up the code in my editor as I talk about stuff. You're right. I should merge it. Let's just double check this works before we do it in the video. Yeah, we're logged in. Cool. And then we can log out. And what's up, Apuru Gru? Welcome in. Set onboarded to false. Cool. All right, here we go, everybody. I've seen a few Reddit posts with screenshots. It's actually kind of hilarious. Wait, we didn't sign out, did we? No, it's sign in. Right? Right? Wait, what does the homepage say right now? Sign up with YouTube. I think you're right. Sign in. I'm not gonna change it right now though. Next time. Next time. Yeah, but you know what's funny is like I think because of the data that they trained it on, like SvelteKit is cool if you like writing a lot of code. Smiley face. They trained it on data where people are being super passive aggressive and then ending their sentence with a smiley face. But it's basically interpreting that. Well, it's using that trained data where when you end a sentence with a smiley face, like I feel like a lot of people communicate this way where they feel like if they put a smiley face at the end, it negates any sort of passive aggressive or mean things that they said, which it doesn't. It honestly makes it seem worse, but there are a lot of people that communicate that way, and I think it was trained on that kind of data, which is why it's spitting that out. I think it's fascinating. I've only seen like the screenshots shared on Reddit and stuff like that, but yeah. All right. That website looks very nice. Smiley face. No, I was being passive aggressive. I don't mean this. I don't mean this. SvelteKit is cool, and honestly, you write less code than Next.js. I think. I don't know. Deep breath, everybody. Here we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to this devlog where I'm going to summarize the work we did on our app called Listed, which will be an app that allows users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. Now, today was all about the user onboarding flow, but before that, we merged a couple of pull requests to the repo. So this first PR came from Barry, and what they did was they just moved our Prisma instance from this file to a shared file. So now any file that needs access to the instance of the Prisma client can just import from this one file. So thanks to Barry for doing that. Also, Cesar made a PR that will affect how you run this app locally if you do run it locally. But ultimately, the settings.json file, they wanted to be able to customize because they have some of their own workspace settings that they want to set. So it made sense to essentially remove the settings.json from the repo and only include a default settings.json. So now whenever you pull this repo down, you're going to want to make sure that you copy default.settings.json into settings.json, very similar to how you copy your .env.sample into a .env. The contributing guide was also updated with on how to do that. So definitely check out the contributing guide. And thanks to Cesar for making this point, because essentially he wanted some custom workspace settings that didn't necessarily need to exist in the repo, which was good. This PR came from Omar2205, and typically I don't accept PRs that are features because I want to work on features on stream, but this was pretty nice. And it also, if you look at the thread, we were working out a bunch of eslint issues, even with this small code change. So it was a good exercise to do this off stream. But they essentially added a nice little drop down with the logout and a few other settings that we'll be able to populate later, because before the Navbar was a little bit bare. So thanks to Omar2205 for doing that. Yeah, so PR is short for pull request. Yeah. And then we got into working on some things. So in terms of the onboarding workflow, in terms of the onboarding flow, whenever a user signs up with Google or signs in with Google, when they get redirected back to our website, we want to keep track of if they've completed the onboarding page. And if they haven't, we want to redirect them there. So part of that was to create some user settings for the users in our database. So we made some updates to our Prisma schema to include a user settings table. So now every user has user settings specified in the database. So this has this Boolean onboarded that specifies if the user has completed onboarding or not. We also have their color scheme. So if they change the color scheme in the dropdown, we're going to persist that in the database. So if they log in on some other computer, we keep that color scheme. And then also the locale. And this was a big old rabbit hole. But essentially, we're now storing the locale in the user settings. So eventually, we'll have a profile page where the user can set their preferred locale, because we detect the user's locale, which is the language that they speak, when they first visit the website. But if they want to change what that should be, they'll be able to set that in their settings. So we also needed to set up a place in our database to store all of the locales. Now, this took a whole lot of time, but ultimately what we wanted to do was to have like a single source of truth in our database of all possible language locales, including country code, language code, and then the type of script. So we have this database table here for the locale, and then we have the user settings, which have a reference to a locale. To do that was pretty tricky. So we did a lot of searching, and ultimately we found localeplanet.com. They had this really cool table with the language locales, the name, and the native name. And so this is really nice because eventually in the UI, if somebody is choosing their language, we want to show them the name of their language in the language that they speak, because someone that speaks Spanish may not be able to understand the English version of a language that they're trying to set. This table was really nice because it had all of that data. So basically what I wanted to do is I wanted to take all of this data, put it into our database as a lookup table. So we wrote a quick little script to do that. I actually just wrote some code that can run inside of the console. Actually, I can show you this. So if we copy this code and I run it on this page, it gives us back this data, which is a JSON object representing all of this. Yeah, so Locale Planet has several APIs, but I couldn't find an API that had all of these columns in it, which is why I did what I just did there. So basically, I extracted all of that data as JSON and then pulled that into my app. So now in the directory, there is a seeds directory and a data directory, and we have locales.json. So this literally has every possible locale in a JSON file, and then we wrote a database script to take this data and insert it into our database. So at this point now, when you look inside of our database, we have 716 locales. We include the ID, the language code, the country code, and then whether or not it's a script. So like Latin, Cyrillic, there's also Arabic, and then we also include all of that other data like the formal name and the native name. So essentially, we wrote a little piece of code here in our seeds that reads in that JSON file and then iterates over it to turn it into the format that we want inside of our database. So we seed our database with all of those locales, and then when a user logs in for the first time, we use the detected locale to set on their user settings object. So this was a rabbit hole just figuring out the locales, but once we had that, we started working on the user onboarding flow as well. So next up was being able to access those settings on the user session. So let me show you what I mean by that. So if you've seen, like just on the homepage, before we have this code right here that says if the user's session is defined, then show the username on the homepage, right? So this session is actually coming from auth.js. And we wanted to add some more properties to it because we wanted to get access to the settings object on session. So by default, the session type just has a user object, and the user object just has these three properties: name, email, and image. But we wanted to extend that to also include the user ID and the user settings object. So this took quite a bit of work, but the first step was to update the types that are defined by auth.js. So if you look in the auth.js docs under TypeScript, they talk about how you can extend, but these docs haven't been updated yet because this is how you do it with nextauth. What you actually need to do is override this specific path right here. It took us a really long time to figure this out, and actually somebody in the chat helped us do it. But what that allowed us to do is in our directory, we now have a types folder and a types.d.ts, and we are specifically overriding the session type for this module. And now we can tell it that when we come across a session, that user object is going to have an ID and is going to have a settings property. And then user settings is the type from our database that's generated by the Prisma client. And then similarly, our user object will have a settings property on it. So ultimately, we define it this way so that everywhere else in our app, we get really good type completion for the user session object. And it was a bit of an effort to figure out how to exactly override this. But what that now allowed us to do is in our auth handler that's defined in hooks.server, we can now take that session and put it onto the locals and use the extra properties like user and settings. So specifically with SvelteKit auth, when you can specify a callback for session, and this is where we attach on settings and ID. And you can see now TypeScript complains if it's missing those two properties because we updated the type to say, hey, it should have an ID and it should have settings. So now we do that. The other thing is we put the session on locals here. So anywhere else in our app, in any backend code that needs to access locals, the session is set here. So it's ready to go in every route after this. Let me take a break. I think that's good so far, but. Whew, whew. We got twice as much stuff to talk about, though. Okay. What's up, heck? It's a busy day. Okay. The other thing you'll notice in this file is we're doing some tricky stuff here, mainly because we wanted to access the event from the handler itself. So normally when you look in the SvelteKit, normally when you look in the auth.js docs, you'll see that we're just directly exporting this. But essentially, I wanted to be able to access that event inside of my SvelteKit auth callbacks. So we essentially wrap it in a function and then invoke it with those arguments. So we essentially get access to the same event that SvelteKit auth gets access to, but that allows us to do things like this. Cool. What's the next thing? Yeah, okay. Okay. So the other piece of the user onboarding flow is if this is the first time we've ever seen the user, we need to create that settings row in our database. So if you remember back to our schema, we have our user object, and then we also have our user settings. And by default, there are no user settings for a user. That has to actually be created. So we handle that in the create user event of SvelteKit auth. So when a user is created, we find the locale in the database. So again, remember we seeded the database with all of these locales. The user gets created. We know what their locale is because we're detecting it based on the request that comes in, and we just need to tie that back to a locale that actually exists in our database. So we find that locale. If we didn't find it, then they set it to something weird, so we're just going to default to English US, and then we create a user settings object in the database. So now that newly created user also has settings, and they have their locale set to their initial value. Okay, good. What next? Awesome. The other piece of this is in order to get these settings onto the user and have access to them right here, we actually needed to create a custom database adapter. So if you look in the auth.js docs, they have a default Prisma adapter, but we wanted to modify the queries for when it's looking up users. So we essentially created a custom one. And big thanks to Kubajaro. So big thanks to Kubajaro because they showed us how to do this. Essentially, we pulled in the Prisma adapter from NextAuth Prisma adapter, and we created our own custom version with a couple of functions that we needed to override. So we essentially grab all of the existing methods, and then the things that we wanted to override were to include the settings in the user query. So whenever whenever auth.js is looking up the user in our database, we want to include the settings so it's all done in a single query. So we've overridden get user by email, get user by account, get session and user, so that the settings are included in that query. And ultimately, when we get back the user here, it has settings populated. So that was one more thing we had to do. And essentially what we did is we just defined in our lib folder the Prisma adapter that overrides those specific functions. Now, we're getting some type errors, so we are TS ignoring those for now. Excuse me. So we are getting some type errors. We're just TS ignoring them for now. We do want to fix these type errors, and ultimately it has to do with the return types defined in that adapter type right there. And Brilvio, thank you very much for that, Prime. All right, where are we at? We talked about create user, we talked about session, we talked about the custom adapter. Now, we can talk about routes and redirecting. Okay. So now, when a user is created, we have access to the settings that got created for that new user on the session object, and we can use that everywhere else in our app. So at this point, the goal was to redirect the user to the right place, depending on their current user state. So let's actually look what happens when we log in. So if I click sign up with YouTube, I click here, we get redirected back to the app, but you'll notice that we get redirected to /onboarding. And that's because in the database for the newly created settings, the value for onboarded defaults to false. So because this is a new user and onboarding is false, we can go take a look in the database. So if we look at user settings, we can see right there onboarding is false. So we're looking at that to make sure that if they haven't been onboarded, we redirect them to the onboarding page. So actually, and I want to talk about this now. So to do this, we're actually using the route groups feature of SvelteKit so that anything we put in this folder called protected is now in a group called protected, and we can match against it right here. So right now we only have one route, which is onboarding, and that is inside of the protected routes. But what that allows us to do is this right here. So if there is no session, meaning the user is not logged in, and they are attempting to visit a route in the protected group, redirect back to the home page. So this is the top level hooks that run for every single request. And essentially, if someone is trying to go to a route in that protected folder, it's going to immediately redirect them back to the home page. So that's step one. Basically, if you're not logged in and you try to go to onboarding, we're going to take you right back to the home page. And we can demonstrate that here. So if I log out and I try to go to /onboarding, that redirects me back to the home page. And that's this logic right here. Okay. So that's the first step in authorization. But let's say the user, it does have a session. So if the user does have a session, it's just going to go on to the next middleware, the next handler. I think handler is a better word. So if the user does have a session, it's just going to go on to the next handler. And in this case, the handler actually would be for the onboarding page. Not that. Layout? Yeah. Okay, let me say that again. So if the user does have a session, meaning they are logged in, then it's going to go on to, in this case, the layout server file, which here we're determining where we should send the user. So we have some more nested logic in here. So if the session exists and the user settings property onboarded is false, then we're going to redirect to onboarding, because if the onboarded property, if you remember in our database, that's this property right here. If that is false, we want to go to the onboarding route. So we redirect them there if we're already not going there. One thing I want to point out really quick is using route.id. This is actually really cool because you get type completion for all of the routes in your app. So you'll notice right here, if I try to redirect the user to like /banana or something like that, I'm going to get a TypeScript error that says, hey, that's not a valid route in your app. So this is really cool because it's not just a random string. You are going to get type completion to say, hey, it needs to be a valid route. So if we're not going to onboarding and we haven't onboarded yet, redirect to onboarding. If the user does exist and we have onboarded and we're not on the homepage, redirect to the homepage. So we have this redirect logic in here, and that ultimately is what takes us to this page when the user logs in. So let's think about that one more time. The user logs in. When I click this, hooks.server runs, there is a session, then layout.server runs. The user onboard setting is false, so we get redirected to onboarding. Great. And so now this is the user onboarding. So far, it's super basic. We don't have any customization. We were just trying to get the whole flow working. So there's no customization, but when the user clicks let's go, that updates their onboarded setting in the database. So right now it's false, but when I click go, that's going to update in the database. And we did that with a form action here. So this is the onboarding page, and this button submits the form with a post request. But in SvelteKit, there's this concept of actions. So in the page server file right next to that component, we define our actions, and the default action is for post. So when the user submits this form, it's going to hit this page, or sorry, it's going to hit this action, and we handle it. So right now we have a guard to see if the user isn't logged in, just go back to the homepage. Ultimately, we should really never hit this because of the other redirects we've already set up. Essentially, a user can never get to this onboarding page if they're not logged in, but this is just a cautionary thing, and it helps with TypeScript because TypeScript complains that this could be undefined, so we're just making sure if you're not logged in, you shouldn't be in here. Otherwise, we update onboarded to true in our database and then redirect to the homepage. Simple as. There's other settings we potentially want to set. Like I said, right now the page is very simple. Eventually we'll allow the user to maybe customize their username or customize the avatar, other things like that. But for now, we're just setting onboarded to true. And so when I click this button, that updates in the database, and now we get redirected back to the homepage. But according to that same logic that I showed you, now that I am onboarded, if I try to go to onboarding, I just get redirected back to the homepage, which is what we want. So took quite a bit of work. I mean, we learned a ton. We learned all about, let me rewrite that. It's always a banana. So we learned a ton. I mean, we dug into auth.js and SvelteKit auth. We learned a lot about these handlers. We learned a lot about form handling. We did quite a bit in this episode. So thank you for watching this. Coding Garden is supported by viewers like you. If you would like to support me, here are all the ways you can do that. If you visit coding.garden/support, it has links to all of the ways that you could support me, and I really would appreciate it, especially if you got some use out of this video. So that's it for this video. Definitely tune in every Friday, twitch.tv/codinggarden. We're going to be working on this exact same application, and also check out the code on GitHub. And I said too much. All right, that's it for this devlog. Thank you so much for watching. Definitely tune in every Friday on Twitch, twitch.tv/codinggarden. We're working on this exact same app, and I hope to see you in the next one. See ya. 7 hours straight. 7 hours straight. My God. Okay. Here's the thing. How many other SvelteKit apps have done this, right? So, because I have watched a couple of SvelteKit tutorials, and I think handling the session all-in-one and handling this redirect all-in-one is actually, I think it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. But yeah, we did it. Another hour before we hit 8 hours? Nah, I got to get out of here. But yeah, thanks again, everybody. Brilvio. Oh yeah, thanks for that prime, Brilvio. Who says longtime lurker and watcher. Watched me since the baked beans. Nice. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. All right, go sub over on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. We have a Discord if you want to join, and I have a mailing list, so I send out go live notifications on email if you're interested in that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and definitely Ryan, because I know Ryan, you've been working on like a lot of SvelteKit stuff. So let me know if you have more ideas about the stuff that I did. All that good stuff. I brought it. I guess so. We got a lot of help from the chat today. Who was it? It was the Twitch staff. What was their name? TJ? Not TJ. Can't believe I forgot. Ollie JT. Huge thanks to Ollie. Ollie, yeah, it was Ollie. They because I mean we were stuck on that type thing for a long time. Ollie, it was Ollie. Yeah, they gave us this. What's up, Sully? Welcome in. All right, let's get out of here. You can find the raid messages over here. Also, come up with your own raid message. If you are a sub, you can use that raid message. If you're not a sub, use that raid message. And thanks for hanging out. Definitely check out the schedule as well. So this says every time I'm going to go live. I'll update it on Monday for the live streams, but you can guarantee I'm going to be live on this coming Friday, same time. Alrighty, everyone. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.